What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, June 5th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas softball is one win away from their first national championship in program history. We will recap a thrilling Game 1 victory from last night, talk about some of the controversy that went down in Oklahoma City, and set the scene for Game 2 later today. The NBA Finals gets going later today. We will preview Game 1 between the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll give our picks for the NBA Finals. We've got some Texas football to get into. Greg McElroy with some very high praise for the Longhorn defense. We'll let you hear from one of the top analysts in college football and debate whether or not we agree. We've got some Dallas Cowboys conversation to get into, some Stanley Cup final conversation to get into. Bucky will recap his Mission Impossible movie watching. I will recap my New York Yankees game attending. And Buck, maybe the worst thing that I have ever seen on an airplane in my life.
The worst?
Not a plane that I was on. It's a video that found me yesterday.
Of course it found you.
And it might be the worst thing that I have ever encountered on an airplane.
Then we need to definitely hear about that.
No, the people need to see this one, and the people will see this one. We've got a lot to dive into over the next 2 hours here on a Friday Eve. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning. We appreciate y'all spending your morning with us. Happy belated anniversary, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. And see, this is what you get. Hey, you don't get a card. This is what you get, okay?
What is that? What happened?
Yeah, hey, my wife had a nice anniversary gift, nice dinner, nice movie, but don't ever forget the card, okay? No, this is just me, gangster life, thug living. Nothing but a gangster party here.
So let's see. So you took your wife to dinner, you took her to a movie, but you forgot the anniversary card. So
yeah, don't ever
hit you with a little two-piece?
Yeah, just a one-shotter. Oh, yeah, sharp elbows. It's costly. Don't ever when they say don't get me anything, you gotta come up with something. And I did. I came up with a beautiful set of earrings, but the card, whether it's homemade or whatever, that's a part of the gig. Don't ever forget the card. They'll keep them in their drawer forever. I've got a whole drawer full of cards that I'm now going to destroy, but it's okay.
Who cares about the card? All that matters is the gift.
You see, that's moms, women care about cards.
You got the gift. Like when you open the card, you just throw that to the side and see what else is inside the envelope.
I think the real love is in the card.
The real love is in the card.
It's not in the gift. It's in the card.
Yeah, you spend $5 on a card. You spend $500 on some earrings. I would say the real love is in the earrings.
Well, guess what? I didn't spend anything on the card. That's the problem.
So it didn't matter how much you spent on the actual gift. You forgot the $5 card, and that's what did you in?
No, I had a mishap.
You had a mishap. Yesterday. Well, it sounds like you did. Your wife gave you that mishap.
Yeah, and I didn't. No, she didn't. It was a wonderful day yesterday. I had a lovely dinner and a 3-hour movie.
Yeah, tell us about it. You went and watched the final Mission Impossible in theaters last night, and we told the people it was 2 hours and 50 minutes long. How was it?
It was every bit of it. It was every bit of it, and did not use the bathroom. I made it through the whole thing after dinner. Did not get up. Didn't want to miss anything. I thought it was, those things you only, like you said, have about 3 or 4 things that can't happen. Nobody can do that. Well, this dude did about 3 or 4 of those things, but the ending with the plane scenes, him getting out of one plane and getting to the other and parachuting out at the end, it was awesome. It was, I mean, I liked the movie. I did. It wasn't too over the top, but over the top enough.
Well, don't forget, all of those movies are historical fiction. So everything that happened in those films actually happened at some point in real life. So,
well, this one, the ending is kind of a spooky one. And it just makes it keeps you aware of our times right now. You're thinking about that the whole time. Is this gonna happen? It hasn't happened before. Will it happen? How close are we to it? And it's just a really. I thought it was done really, really well. And of course, that dude was running in this movie and running
oh,
and running. That old dude can run,
and Tom Cruise, we looked it up before the show, 62 years young.
man.
He still does a lot of his own stunts. I don't think he does all of them, but a lot of what happens in those movies is actually him doing it.
Yeah,
So,
well, there's a few of them that he could not do. Nobody does some of the stuff that was going on in this film. But I liked it. Of course, I want to hear dun 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 dun. Dun. I mean, and it was loud as hell in the theater too. It was great.
oh yeah.
It was good. I would say go if you've seen a couple of them and you don't want to miss the finale. Which at the end of it, after I saw what happened at the end, that ain't the finale.
Oh, of course it's not. I mean, it's like the George Strait farewell tour. It's the
Yeah,
biggest lie in the history of lies. That
no,
guy's not going away because he can make money if he keeps touring. It's the same thing with these movies. If they drop another one, 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, they're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars again.
yeah, that
Not,
dude's going to end up being the bad guy.
ooh,
That's what I feel like. He's going to be part bad guy at the next one, but it was enjoyable. It wasn't, I mean, some people say, "Oh, it's just too long. It's not very good." I think it's well played. I thought so, and I'm not big into those, but I've seen a couple of them, and I've enjoyed each and every one of them. Really,
what's
it's
his
like
name? Mike Hunt is his name in the movie?
Ethan Hunt.
Ethan Hunt. Sorry, Ethan
Yeah, it
Hunt.
was. It's okay for those that have seen it, but go ahead and Hey, take your popcorn. I had my milk duds. I had milk duds last night.
Okay, somebody asked this yesterday, and I forgot to read the comment to you. You always talk about how you eat a lot of food with a fork, right? You eat your chicken with the fork, you eat
Right.
watermelon with the fork, like you don't like to touch things. What about milk duds? That
Oh
chocolate
no,
can get a little melty and dirty and
I'm
nasty.
okay. I do candy bars are good because I can stick my fingers in my mouth, get the chocolate off.
Okay, but you won't do that with other things, but chocolate, it's
No,
okay.
finger licking good and put my after touching the chicken and sticking my fingers in. That's no dirty ass chicken and then put it in my filthy mouth. No, but I can take the chocolate if there's any left from the milk dud. Milk duds are nice and dry. That's kind of hard chocolate. I also like sugar babies. I don't know. I don't know if you remember sugar babies. It's like a
Like,
wax top with sugar candy.
no, they still
Some of the
sell
olds will
those?
remember. The olds will remember sugar babies.
Sounds like a juju bee or something like that.
It's good. I mean, but I just had all I got was the milk duds. No popcorn, no drink.
So, okay, I was going to ask because it was your anniversary. It was a perfect time to do the classic cut a hole at the bottom of the popcorn
Oh,
tin. See if you
yeah.
get a little lucky in the theater. You didn't play that card
I
last
didn't
night.
play that card. I'd gone to dinner, man. I was, I
Okay.
was. It was a good night. It was a very nice anniversary, 7th anniversary. So it
Very
worked out
nice.
well, and I'm glad I went. I'm glad I went to that movie. I really
Yeah.
am. Yeah, I would suggest go see it, BK. If you've seen a couple of those, you don't want to miss this one.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, I like a good action movie, and I don't care that like 80% of what happens is ridiculously unrealistic. Like as long as the effects are cool and the sounds are cool, then it's worth my time. So I'm not a
And,
theater guy.
and there's
Uh,
always a female in there who kicks ass like nobody's business. I mean,
of course, she's always
just
hot, right? I'm sure she was a smoke show.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
that actually two on his team, and one was just like a stone cold killer. She was unbelievable, but the other
Did
one
they
was they
did
were
they
both
make out
sweet.
or something? Did they is there a little, it
No,
is Pride Month.
no,
Would have
there's
made some
not there's not
sense.
there's not any of that in there, none
Oh,
whatsoever with him. It's just as clean as can be.
okay. I don't need to see it with him, I guess. I'm out on 60-year-old men doing that kind of stuff, but
Unless it's Bill Belichick. That's what you want to see. You want that
Bob
video.
Kraft. I still want that Bob Kraft movie.
But
I never got that.
yeah, I mean, it's nice to go to the movies and there's not a bunch of f bombs or you know what I mean. It was just
Yeah,
kind of clean. It was kind of clean fun,
good. Good, good.
enjoyable. There was young kids in there, not real young, but there were some young kids in there because they didn't have a lot of swearing and all that stuff just to try to get a point across. It was pretty good. I,
PG-13, right? Not an
yeah,
R-rated movie.
yeah. I wouldn't go see it again. It's too long.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
one of those see it once. It's like The Exorcist. I don't need to see. I'm scared enough.
Well,
I don't
maybe
need.
maybe you
I
put
saw
it
the
on
extra point.
TV and you catch it halfway through, and it's like, all
Sure.
right, I'll watch it till the end. But yeah, you don't need to spend all
No.
2 hours and 50 minutes locked into that ever again.
Oh my God, that's like a round of golf. Holy cow. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job that you do. Thank you to your families for sharing you with all of us, and thank you for protecting us. And do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, happy belated anniversary, my man. Sorry about the scrape that you've got or the bandage
I'm
that
just
you've
wondering,
got.
I'm wondering if you have a cut on by your eye and you didn't get it stitched immediately, which I should have, probably needed about 4 stitches. Can you go the next day and get it stitched, or is it once the bleeding stops, there's no reason, because that'll hurt like a mother the next day if it's healed through the course of the night. Isn't that gonna be painful?
I'm sure it'll be painful, but as long as the bleeding has stopped, I feel like you don't need
Yeah,
stitches.
yeah, okay. I'm just gonna have a scar. I'm just gonna be Scarface.
Now, ooh, I like that, Tony. That's good stuff right there.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a scar because it's just right above between my my eyelash up here. I'm sorry, my eyebrow and my eye. It's in between that deal. It's like a fighter's cut. Like if you see those guys get cut in boxing, that little soft tissue there.
Sure.
Just wondering, do I want a scar? I don't care. I wasn't going. Let me tell you, when it happened, it wasn't like I'm like, oh, take me to the. My wife wanted me to go and get a couple stitches. I'm like, not getting this stitched up. Once it starts bleeding, let's go.
Let's go. We
I'm
got
just
Ethan
living
Hunt
that
to
thug
watch.
life. I'm just going to live that thug life now.
Living the thug life. Yes. You should have put some Vaseline on there before you got
Oh,
out of bed. Prevent the cut from happening like those boxers do. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Hey, let's dive into the sports from last night. Texas softball. Whoa. What a way to start the Women's College World Series final. The Longhorns take game one of the best of three series against Texas Tech, 2-1. The final score in Oklahoma City. The Longhorns were down 1-0 in the bottom of the sixth. Actually, 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. The Horns were 4 outs away from losing last night. But Texas mounts a little bit of a 2-out rally. Caden Henry hits a 2-out single. She steals second base. Mia Scott reaches on an infield single. She's able to advance to second without a throw. So the Horns have runners on second and third with 2 outs. First base is open. Reese Atwood, the best hitter on Texas, the All-American catcher for the Longhorns, she's up to bat, and she comes through with a 2-run single with 2 outs to give Texas the lead. But as anybody who watched the game knows, this wasn't just any 2-run single. Texas Tech was trying to intentionally walk Reese Atwood. And this is not the Major League Baseball rules where you just hold up the 4 and the hitter automatically gets to walk to first base. No, it's the old school method where you actually have to throw 4 pitches out of the zone for the runner to take first base. And the 3-0 pitch caught too much of the plate. It was very high, but it was over the middle.
Hell, the other 3 caught the plate. I mean,
You're
they were
right.
high, but they
You're right.
still went over the plate. I'm like, where? Hey, stand over to the side and slow pitch it to her if you have to.
Yeah, and Nigeri Kennedy was catching too much of the plate with those pitches. And finally, when the count got to 3-0, Atwood was like, all right, maybe I could do something with this. And like,
Nobody's expecting it. Hell, that was a perfect timing.
yeah, nobody was expecting it. I think the Tech infield, look, I don't know if they get to that ground ball, even if they are paying attention,
Well, the
but
girl at shortstop she couldn't even budge. She was like frozen in time.
yeah, I mean, they were clearly on their heels because they're thinking, all right, this is about to be an intentional walk. We're going to the next batter. We don't have to pay attention to this one.
Oh
And
my
Reese
God.
Atwood, again, takes advantage of a miscue by Nigeri Kennedy, who did just about everything else right last night. She makes that one mistake, and Atwood singles it to left field. And the Longhorns, again, score 2 runs on that hit. They take the lead, and Tegan Cavan was able to close the door on the Red Raiders in the 7th inning. And Texas, again, 4 outs away from defeat. They snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and they are 1 win away from a national
Well, they snatched
championship.
victory from the jaws of victory because some of the rules in softball, the officials are way too involved. There's way too much stoppage on all plays. Too many. Can we see this again? I think we want to talk about this a little bit. I'm like, dude, come on now. The one with the base path deal, and once again, I was asking you because I don't know if you remember that part of it. But the young lady that was running down to second base when there was, interference, for one thing, she slid a quarter of a mile before the base path. And she uses her outside foot to slide. She's not even using the inside, the closest to the base. I mean, I'm thinking maybe if she uses the inside foot, but as I saw it was that foot, correct, the outside foot. I'm like, wait a minute. If you use your inside foot, maybe you got a chance for something, which still wasn't anything. But she uses the outside foot. The officials already had looked at that on tape and said, no way. That's not interference. You're using the wrong foot to get to the closest part of the base. That's bizarre. And her slide was even way before that. She went down, 4 yards before the bag?
I mean, she was out by 10 feet.
Yeah.
And these base paths are only 60 feet in college softball. And yeah, it's ridiculous. So if you don't know what the Buck is talking about, the only run Texas Tech scored came after a very controversial call in the 5th inning. Texas Tech had a runner on first with 2 outs, tried to steal second. Speaking of Reese Atwood made a great throw.
Wow, yeah, that was a great play by both.
Yeah, and the Texas shortstop, Leanne Good, caught the ball and tagged the runner out. I mean, it wasn't even close. There's no controversy there. She was out by a mile, yet Texas Tech challenges this. And Buck, I was at the Yankee game last night in New York. I'm watching the Texas game on my phone, but I don't have the sound on. So I see that they're going to review this, and I'm like, what in the hell are they reviewing? She's out by a mile. What a waste of a challenge for Texas Tech. What's going on here? And all of a sudden, I see that, the call gets overturned, and the runner standing on second base. And I look at Twitter and I'm like, oh, obstruction. Of course, they call obstruction somehow, some way. Some technicality and some ridiculous rule is called, and they call obstruction on Texas shortstop Leanne Good, saying she got in the way of the Texas Tech base runner's ability to get to second base. And it's like, what is she supposed to do?
Yeah, where's she going to stand at the pitcher's mound?
Right. She had to go up the line a little bit to catch the ball because the throw from Atwood kind of drifted towards the left side of the bag. So it's not like she was just standing there waiting for the ball to come. No, she went over there to catch the ball. She caught it, applied the tag on the runner. The runner was out by a mile, yet somehow, some way, she gets to stand on second base. The next batter hits a RBI single, and Tech takes a 1-0 lead.
And the runner's not even using the inside leg, the closest to the bag, to make a play at second place herself. And I'm thinking, if she's not going to do that, then she's got to be out. She's using the right leg instead of the left leg. Maybe if she uses the left, she still doesn't have a beef, even if she uses her left leg to slide. That was so far up the line.
But look, I don't know all of the details of the rule, and I went back and watched the broadcast and heard the sound of what the rule is supposed to be, and I still don't know.
There was nobody that agreed with it. There was nobody.
No,
none of the people that knew baseball agree with it.
No, baseball, softball, football. I mean, that could have been the first college softball game you've ever watched in your life, and you know that rule is BS and that call is BS. So, look, college softball's got to change that. The good news is it didn't cost Texas the game last night, but if Texas lost last night and that was the only run that was scored, then that's controversy that you just can't have deciding a national championship. I don't care what sport it is. So they've got to get together. They can't change the rule today. They're going to have to wait to the offseason. But whatever minute detail is in whatever rule that causes that runner to be safe in that spot, that can't happen anymore.
She's not impeding her to do anything. She's so far up the line. As I said, she started falling down after she hit the first base bag and started to hit the deck way before the bag. I'm like, what are you supposed to do? You should be able to run up and tag her and punch her in the head with the glove if you want to.
Right. When it's that obvious of a call. Yeah.
So there's way too much umpire involvement in softball.
Well, I'm with you. It felt like the umps were on the screen more than the players were last night. And, there was an umpire interference in the top of the 7th inning that actually benefited Texas. Now, it didn't really matter, but Texas Tech probably should have had a base runner on second with 2 outs in the 7th. Mm-hmm. Instead, they call umpire interference, so that runner had to go back to first. Now, the next batter popped out to end the game, so it didn't make a difference on the scoreboard and in terms of the actual result. But there was another ridiculous call that didn't make any sense last night.
Did she even graze her, or she just came close? I don't even know if she even hit the umpire. Did she?
I don't think she did. I mean, there was a runner on first. It was a full count. It was a strike 3 call, and the runner stole second. That's what you do a lot on a full count. And they sent her back to first because of umpire obstruction somehow.
Oh, it's like a
So,
dead ball right away there. It's like,
yep.
I thought the pitcher stepped over to where she was throwing, where Atwood was throwing the ball. She just moved in the line of where she was firing the ball to, but I didn't see it as the umpire doing very much to it. Like I said, there's too many weird rules in softball. I mean, I don't understand. They're similar to the baseball rules, but that sliding one there and that umpire deal, and plus when they go back and review it, how do they get it wrong when they go back to review these things?
I
It's
know.
like it's like the NFL.
And the reviews take 10 minutes, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like you're going to take this long and still make obviously the wrong call, and it doesn't make any sense. So here's the frustrating part, right? The rule is the rule, and a lot of people are saying, well, they called the rule based on the way they were supposed to call it. But apparently there's another detail in the rule book that says the ump can rule no obstruction if the obstruction didn't matter and the runner would be out anyways. So the umps can kind of take matters into their own hands and say, okay, even though the rule says this, if we feel like, that actually didn't impact the outcome of the play, we can say, to hell with the rule, the runner's out. The umps had the ability to do that last night, and they chose not to. And part of me is like, here's my sort of conspiracy theory, if you will. Like, it was 0-0 in the fifth inning. They wanted a run. They're like, oh my God, we need some offense here. This is bad for the sport. People like offense, people like runs. And if we don't do something to try to generate some offense here, this game might go 15, 16, 17 innings at 0-0.
You're gonna have to
We've
hang
got
around here the rest of the night.
we've got to do something here to get somebody home. And I don't think those were the conversations that were had on the headset last night with the umps, but it's like, and part of me is thinking they wanted to do something to create some sort of excitement in the game and give somebody a chance of scoring because both pitchers were just doing so well on the mound.
And we knew we were gonna get a pitcher's duel. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I mean, it was great action. And we talked about it. We said there were going to be 2-1
Right.
games, 3-2 games. I mean, for a while, it was looking like it was going to be 1-0 last night. So these runs are going to be at a premium in this series. And that's why you got to take advantage of your opportunities. Look, Texas Tech, they still had to get an RBI single after that BS call. They did. You tip your cap to them for that. They took advantage of an opportunity that shouldn't have been there, but was. And then same thing with Texas. This wasn't an ump call. This was a Texas Tech screw up, but an opportunity that shouldn't have been there. A 3-0 intentional walk pitch. You take advantage of a mistake. And yeah, I mean, that
Well,
was the
don't you
best
believe she
opportunity.
still has to slide with her left foot going in there in order to even cause that whole right leg, that thing, you weren't going around the, and she didn't impede. You could have got closer to making that slide, but
Yeah,
she was so far up the line. She slid so early, BK. I don't
there
know if she was
is.
half falling or half sliding.
Sometimes we have too many rules in sports,
Yeah.
right? Like sometimes common sense should just win out. I always go back to the Des catch when talking about this, right? Like
Oh, the one
there's
that he
some
dropped the ball?
Yeah, some minor ass technicality that after taking 3 steps, the ball touched the ground for a split second. And because we've got this rule, section 23, letter A, Roman numeral 4, like this tiny little word says no, that's not a catch. It's like, come on, you use your head, use common sense. We know that is a catch. The same thing applies last night. Like I don't care that there's some random ass, again, technicality, minutia, whatever you want to call it, that exists. Like use your head. Everybody in the world knew that she was out last night, and yet for some reason they gave her second base. And look, Reese Atwood, the ultimate ball don't lie, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
Texas did not deserve to lose the game on that call.
It was a
And
great play by both of them.
yeah, thankfully the softball gods came through, I guess, and made it right. And Reese Atwood was able to deliver on that Nigeri Kennedy intentional ball that caught way too much of the
Yeah,
plate.
they need to
So
end this thing today or
yeah,
tonight, whatever.
game 2 tonight, 7:00. And yeah, Texas can end it with a win. Again, best of 3. So if the Longhorns lose tonight, game 3, winner take all will be tomorrow. So by the weekend, we will know who the national champion is in college softball. But yeah, I'd love to be talking tomorrow morning about a national title and not, oh my God, it's game 3. It's do or die tonight. I don't want to deal with that. And no
And
Texas
I
fan
definitely don't
does.
want to deal with the umpires in this. Give me 3 new ones. They were all too involved. Give me 3 new ones for tonight, please.
Total joke. I mean, a total ump show. Like, nobody wants to see that. It's not good for the game.
No.
Too many reviews, too many bad calls. Like that shouldn't happen. This should be about the
You get the
players.
two best pitchers in the nation, you know you're going to get a low-scoring game. Don't try to make offense yourself. Don't you be the deciding factor of trying to make offense and scores because you're the official. No, let it happen. Those are
Right.
too great. Let them pitch it out.
Yeah, it's bad for college softball, right? Like more people are watching these games than any college softball game this year, right? It's the
Sure.
national championship. It's ESPN. It's in prime time, so you've got a lot of eyeballs that don't normally pay attention to this sport. That's bad for the sport. Like I want college softball to be great. I want people to like it. I want it to keep growing. When you have stuff like that happen last night, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh my god, like why am I watching this? Like what this is
Yeah.
terrible. I'm going to flip to something else. I don't want to watch the umps decide the outcome of a game here. Like this is not good for the product." And
No.
yeah, I mean, it's just garbage. Nobody goes to see the umps or the refs, and they made it about them last night.
Honestly, I wouldn't have liked that either way that went, either side. I just thought that's not good for the. You're right. It wasn't good for the sport.
I mean, it's like just get the call right. If you're going to spend that much time looking at anything, just get it right at the end of the day. And they didn't. Thankfully, it didn't cost the
No.
Longhorns. So, shout out to Tegan Cavant, by the way. I mean, it buried in all of the controversy, and obviously in the Reese Atwood go-ahead hit last night was Tegan Cavant's amazing performance on the mound. She gave up 1 run, but it wasn't earned. So 0 earned runs for Tegan Cavant. She has appeared in 4 Women's College World Series games this year, Buck. She has given up 0 earned runs.
Yeah, they gave her. I mean, she had 3 great inside pitches. 2 of them they called strikes, and the other one they refused to call a strike. It was right in the same exact spot. I'm like, wait a minute, you called the other 2. Were right on the corner there, strikes. But the third one, you want the batter to have another chance? No, she needs to go sit down.
I think I know exactly which at
Yeah,
bat you're talking about. That was
yeah,
the one in the
three in a
7th inning.
row.
Yeah.
Two of them were easy strike calls. The third was in the exact same place, and it was like I was like ball. I'm like, what?
And then I think she threw the next pitch in that exact same place, and it was called strike 3. And it's
Yeah,
like, if you're a hitter, that's annoying. If you're a pitcher, that's annoying. It's like, I thought that was just a ball. And then if you're Tegan Cavant, it's like, I thought that was just a strike. Why is it
yeah,
now a ball? So yeah, it was an ump show. But Tegan Cavant, man, that first inning, like Texas Tech loaded the bases with nobody out in the
yeah.
top of
See,
the
I didn't
first
see the
inning.
first inning, and I didn't see the double play either.
So Nigeri Kennedy, obviously Tech's pitcher, she also hits. She has 11 home runs this year. She is a great hitter in addition to being one of the best pitchers in America. She comes up to bat, bases loaded, nobody out, and she grounds into a 5-4-3 double play. And then Tegan Cavant's able to get the next Texas Tech batter to ground out. And that was a huge momentum shift right there, right? I mean, that could have easily been a crooked number for Tech. And I
Well,
don't, I don't think Texas is coming back from that. I don't know if anybody's coming back from that against Nigeri Kennedy. But Tegan Cavant with a high wire escape act in the first inning to keep Texas in the ball game. And obviously, it stayed 0-0 for a long time until you got the controversy in the 5th inning. But Tegan Cavant gave up just 3 hits and 1 walk. And again, this is the 4th time in the last 370 days that Tegan Cavant has outdueled Nigeri Kennedy. Happened twice in the Women's College World Series last year when Kennedy was at Stanford. Happened earlier in the regular season in a game in Austin that Texas won 2-1. And then it happened last night. Everybody talks about Kennedy and, oh, she's the $1 million woman. First softball player to get a mill. That's great. You should be talking more about our pitcher because she's been better every time she's gone up against her.
yeah,
So, like, I get it. I mean, Canada, everybody knows the name Nigeri Kennedy because of that NIL deal she signed, but it is now 4 times in a row, hopefully 5 tonight, where Texas's lesser known, less ballyhooed pitcher is doing better. So she's been better in this Women's College World Series. We talked about that yesterday, about how Tegan Cavant's not getting enough love. And guess what? She was better again last night.
she won't start tonight, will she?
I don't know. We'll see. We will see. You know,
I think
Texas,
you got to save her if there's a third game.
I think she could come out of the bullpen. I think back to
Sure.
what Texas did against Tennessee on Monday, where Big Mac Morgan, should I use that nickname for her?
Yeah, you're good. If we say those dudes are good, you can use Big Mac Morgan.
Like I would say that about, it's
Yeah,
Mac. You call people named Mac Big Mac. That's the bit,
right.
right? Okay. Big Mac Morgan started. She pitched 4 innings, 3-hit shutout ball. She was great. And then Tegan Cavan came in for the last 3 innings in relief to preserve a Texas victory. I think that is probably the game plan tonight. Like, I would expect Mac Morgan to get the start for Texas. And if the Longhorns are in a position to where, oh my God, we've got the lead here, we can close this thing out and win a national championship tonight, then I think they'll bring Tegan Cavan in out of the bullpen.
Sure.
If it's, if Texas is down 4-0, Mac Morgan doesn't have it, and it's clear that Tech is like Nigeri Kennedy's pitching. I think she's going to pitch because she's thrown every pitch for the Red Raiders in this Women's College World Series. If Texas is down 4-0 and it's like, hey, you're not going to overcome that against her, then I think they'll save Tegan Cavan for a Game 3 start
Yeah, I
tomorrow
love
night.
that Texas infield. Mia Scott
Yeah.
at third base. She's like a vacuum cleaner over there.
Yeah, and she's
She plays
playing
in
on it.
close too, man.
She's a stud, and she's playing with a torn ACL right now. Like, that's another story that I don't think is getting talked about enough, is Mia Scott is playing hurt, and she's out there balling. I mean, she's the best defensive third baseman in the sport. She obviously was a big part of that rally for Texas in the bottom of the 6th at the plate. I mean, she's one of the best players in college softball. She's proving that again on a national stage. And, the fact that she is playing on a torn ACL is remarkable, because that's not something you see very often in any sport.
No.
She's doing some superhuman things right now, and she's a big part of why Texas, again, is 1 win away from the first national championship in school
Let's end
history.
this thing tonight.
And this thing tonight, 7 o'clock on the 4-letter network. Hopefully less time for the umps on screen this evening. Hopefully it can be about the players, and hopefully there's a dog pile at the mound in OKC tonight. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line, 512-BABY-FAT. That's 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Please get involved with the show. You are the most important part of the show. All right, we've got plenty more to get into. The NBA Finals get going tonight. We've got some Greg McElroy sound talking Texas football. Before we switch gears here, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. The way I'm falling down and breaking my face, believe me, I need to have a chair like this, so when it's time to heal up, I can heal up. And I've been doing it for over 20 years with this Relax Back. Zero gravity recliners available for you. Adjustable mattress sets there. Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses are available. Human scale office chairs and desks. Love those recliners though, BK. Those are the ones. Still don't have a recliner yet. Still sitting in the big taco. But I'll just move my chair over to the side to give me the support that my back needs, whether it's your lumbar area, thoracic back, shoulders, hips. They can get it done for you. 2 great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. There's a new lawyer in town, Buck.
Oh, yeah.
When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin, Texas, a proud Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He's a very passionate Texas fan as well, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. So if you've been injured in a car wreck, if you're hurt on the job, a dog bit you, whatever, call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and results in the great state of Texas for over a decade. And the best part about Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Let me tell you, he's going to flood your wallet with cash. Based in Austin, he's a Texas proud. He will support you, and he will be there for you every step of the way. You're going to get that personal care and attention that you want when you are trying to fight those big insurance companies. Don't do it yourself. Call on Hurricane Hecht. He's a friend of the show, and he is a fighter for the people. Give him a call today, 512-938-8929. You can also shoot him an email, Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Hecht is spelled Hecht, Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Make sure you tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Our good friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company. I love the folks over there. This looks like a Hat Creek day, a Thursday. Should be a lunch day over at Hat Creek. Give myself a double. I'm gonna try something different. I'm trying a new shake. I've had of course I love strawberry shakes over there, and the banana pudding shake. I need to try See if I can get a swirl. See if somebody will make me a swirl, even if they don't have a swirl. Can't they swirl it up for you? I bet if I ask for that, I think I can get that at Hat Creek Burger.
You want a Hat Creek employee to give you a swirly in the
No, no,
bathroom?
no, no. I want a chocolate and vanilla mixed
Ooh.
shake. See if they'll do that for me. I've always been afraid to ask because, they just got a vanilla machine. They got a chocolate machine. I'm going to ask if they could swirl that around for me. They may say, hey, listen, either one or the other, mister. Hey, might as well give it a try.
Yeah, I bet they'll do it for you. They
Yeah, I
know
got to
who
do
you
that. I
are.
love Hat Creek Burger, man. I love those burgers. I'm going to go for a double today. Double meat, double cheese. Big man is doing good. Eating lots of meal. I had a fine dinner yesterday, but Hat Creek Burger, when it's time for that hamburger snack, that is the place you want to go. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Love the folks at Hat Creek Burger.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them, and a quick shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, if you want to be in the building for Game 2 in Oklahoma City, they've got tickets for you online at centextickets.com. Texas softball tickets, Texas Stars playoff tickets, any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, any festival, any event that you want to attend in person. There's only one place to look to find your tickets. That is centextickets.com. And how about a 10% discount? That's right. All you have to do is type in the code CENTEX10 at checkout. You will get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Nice.
Buck, I think I owe you an apology, and I really think I owe your imaginary friend George an apology.
That's his name is Robert. And I can call him Bobby or Bob or Bubba. You folks
Sorry,
still
you said Corey was his name? I can't quite hear you.
Robert.
Robert is his name
Robert,
today.
yes.
Okay, what will his name be tomorrow?
Depending on who I pick tonight, could be Bubba.
Could be Bubba. Bubba Watson golfing somewhere tonight.
My man Bubba is going to be happy with it. He's very excited about what I'm going to pick. I was going to pick Edmonton. I said that last week, the Game 1.
That's why I owe you an apology. I forgot to ask for your gold star lock on Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final.
You don't have to worry because Robert and I had that down, though.
Okay.
It was only 10,000 units, so just add 10,000 to my No, you're not going to buy that?
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
What?
I can't do it. Look, I will take the blame for not asking you. Now, you did have the ability to just say, hey, BK, stop talking for once in your life.
I was going to call you in the middle, but I know you're doing you're with your girl. You guys are traveling the East Coast. I didn't want to interrupt anything while you're at some winery somewhere in upstate New York. Decided not to do that. Or if you're if you're in New York City, strolling with the people with no faces.
Hey,
I decided, no, don't do that. But we had talked about I was going to take Edmonton Game 1 versus the Panties.
I know. I'll take the blame. You could have cut me off yesterday and said, BK, for once in your life, shut up and let me say something. And you could have said, give me 10,000 units on the Oilers. But I didn't ask. That's the strategy. That's what we've done. That's my fault. So I'll take the blame there. You do have an opportunity
right now.
I was going to say you've got an opportunity tonight because Game 1 of the NBA Finals is this evening. It's Indiana at Oklahoma City in
How many
OKC.
points am I getting?
A lot going on in OKC with the College Softball National Championship and Game 1 of the NBA Championship tonight happening within a few miles of one another. OKC is a huge favorite. How about 9.5, Buck?
Good. Now I'm changing. I'm going to Pacers for 10,000 unit play.
Wow, a rare underdog play for you.
Yes. Game 1, I'll take the underdog play. OKC, I think, will win, but they may win by about 5 or 6.
Okay, you're not doing the Lee Sterling wrong team favored bit here.
No.
Okay, but closer game than Vegas thinks, but Oklahoma City goes up 1-0.
Yes.
Okay. All right, boy, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, I think they'll have a blowout in this series, but I don't think Game 1 is the one.
Indiana is the second biggest finals underdog in the last 20 years.
Wow.
So not a lot of people are giving them a chance. They are plus 525 on the series money line. They are plus 320 on the money line for Game 1 tonight. But yeah, you can make some serious coin betting against Oklahoma City here.
And Robert will.
Well, you don't get that extra juice if you're just betting the spread. That's the same either way. But if you've got some cajones or cojones, as you people like to call them, then hey, put a little bit on the Indiana Pacers to
What do you
win some
mean,
of these
you
games.
people?
Oh, you know what I mean, you people, you degens out there. Yeah. So, all right, what do you think happens in this series then? You got Indiana covering, but you have Oklahoma City. I mean, can the Pacers at least make this interesting? I'm looking around online, and I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Thunder in 5 predictions here.
Yeah, I think the Pacers will get maybe 2. That's about it.
You're
2
going
is it.
Thunder in 6.
Yeah.
Okay, you're more confident in Indy than I am. I'm one of those guys taking OKC in 5. I made the Mavs Celtics comparison earlier this week,
Mhm.
where this year's Pacers are last year's Mavs, like a lower seeded team that pulled off a couple of upsets and made a pretty improbable run to the finals, but they just went up against a monster in Boston, who was the best team in the league all year last year, and Boston won in 5 games. They led 3-0 at one point in the series. The Mavs, won game 4 at home, but obviously
Yeah.
the series ended when it shifted back to Boston. I could see something very similar happen here. Again, Indiana, an improbable run, an impressive run to get here. Doesn't take away anything that they've done to this point. But OKC won 68 games in the regular season. They've got the MVP. They're the deepest team in the league. They've been the best team in the league all year. I think they're too much. I just think they're better everywhere than Indiana is. And I've got Thunder in 5. I think they win this one. My cousin would actually be picking OKC to cover. I don't think my cousin's going to touch this one because that's a lot of points for an NBA Finals game. But if this was a gun to my head situation and I had to pick a side, I think I'd go with the Thunder by double digits.
There you go.
I think they're too good. I know Patrick says the coaching matters. Carlisle's got a ring. Dangno does not, but he's done a tremendous job with this team. And look, coaching can only do so much, right? Like, if you gave Rick Carlisle Oklahoma City's roster, I'd be picking Oklahoma City with Rick Carlisle to win. But I think the talent gap between these two teams is going to be too much for the
I don't think they have
Pacers to
enough scoring
overcome.
with the Pacers. Pacers don't have enough guys to score.
No, they played twice in the regular season. Oklahoma City won both games. One of them close, one of them not so much. And it's strength on strength, right? Pacers, the number 2 offense in the association this year. The Thunder, the best defense in the regular season and the postseason to this point. So Indiana's going to have to protect the ball, right? Their problem in those 2 regular season games, too many turnovers.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what the Knicks were doing with them.
Yeah. So they've got to protect the ball, and they've got to make some threes. I know that's kind of Captain Obvious in today's NBA because it feels like every team is live and die by the 3. But Aaron Nesmith has to be hot. Halliburton's got to hit a couple of threes. Miles Turner, the lifetime Longhorn, has to hit a few threes in this series. Like Indiana, they're going to need some of their players to play otherworldly to pull off this upset here because
I just don't know if Miles Turner has enough. They need to have 2 big men. OKC has 2 guys that really can rebound and block shots.
Yeah. No, they do with Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein. I mean, it's a great 1-2 duo that they've got on the low block, and Hartenstein's a little bit more of a traditional big, back to the basket kind of guy. Chet Holmgren obviously can stretch the floor with the best of any of those stretch bigs nowadays.
And he'll shoot the 3 too.
He will shoot the 3. Absolutely. So, yeah, Miles Turner. Look, I'm rooting for Indiana. I hope Indiana wins. They've got the lifetime Longhorn on their team. I like a good underdog story. I don't like anything that has ever come out of the state of Oklahoma.
There you go.
So I will root against any Oklahoma thing for as long as I'm alive. I hope the Pacers prove me wrong. But again, I think OKC's got too much this year.
Well, I think, it was almost like they were given the crown, or they were given the MVP when the season started. They were given that they were going to be in the finals and win the finals this year too. It's not like they haven't earned it. They are good.
Here's the crazy part about this Oklahoma City team. Look, they're the youngest team in the NBA.
Yeah.
And they're the youngest team to make the NBA Finals in 48 years. So, maybe you're like, well, Indiana's got the coach with the finals experience, and they've got, a couple of players who have been around the block a little bit longer. But, Oklahoma City made a little bit of a run last year in the playoffs. They played a lot of playoff games. That core has been together for a while. And obviously the age/youth has not bothered them to this point.
No.
So I don't think it will. But that's just scary to think about the future, right? Like I hate when it feels like whenever any team wins a championship, everyone's like, oh, dynasty could be coming here. They said that about Denver when they won it all a few years ago. They said it about Boston, like Boston's for sure going to repeat. They've got everybody back. Like you don't ever assume that. I'm not saying Oklahoma City is about to go on some 90s Bulls type of run. They're not. But it is, again, on paper, scary to think about the fact that this is the youngest team in the NBA, and they're doing what they're doing. So
no, and they're happy with the people on their team right now.
Yeah, they should be. And boy, one of the greatest robberies in NBA history, the Paul George trade that sent Paul George to the LA Clippers, and a young Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the prize piece as a part of that return. They also got a few other players and a bunch of other draft picks. One of them turned into Jalen Williams, who's the second best player on the Thunder. So the Clippers being desperate to try to win something because they've never won anything. They tried the Kawhi, Paul George, James Harden experiment that has gotten them nowhere.
That wasn't Hartenstein with the Knicks last year?
Hartenstein was with the Knicks, yes.
Why they gave up? You're talking about needing a rebounder defender on that Knicks, I guess they thought Towns was going to do everything, going to be offense and defense. Boy, Hartenstein is really a really good defender too. To have that guy walk on you, I thought that was a mistake by the Knicks. That was one of the mistakes they made, is to get rid of a big man like that. You need a you don't get very many big guys. I mean, when I say big guys, I mean tall and big. That dude, that guy can defend, and he can score too.
Yeah, he can get you a little bit offensively. And in the Knicks' defense, I don't like to defend the Knicks very much, and we talked about the Thibodeau firing a lot yesterday, which still doesn't make any sense. I've been talking to a lot of locals around here, and they can't figure out what's going on. Hartenstein was a free agent. So he signed a big money deal with Oklahoma City. I don't know the Knicks cap situation. Maybe they couldn't have afforded him. This wasn't like, they traded him to go get Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
This was like, he was a free agent, and he was coming off of a pretty good year. Oklahoma City gave him a bag, and it's the right move.
Bag,
took the bag, and it's been the right move for him. Buck Doris Burke will be on the call tonight.
Very good.
It'll be Mike Breen, Doris Burke, and Richard Jefferson. Are you a fan of that trio?
I mean, Jefferson, not so much. He's okay. I like Doris Burke.
When you were out last week, we played this clip, and I want to get your thoughts on it since you did not hear it. But this is some sound from one of the games in the Western Conference Final, Minnesota versus OKC. And, Rudy Gobert is on the Timberwolves.
Sure.
He's French. Isaiah Hartenstein is of German descent. And here's a little bit of Doris Burke calling an interaction between those two.
I don't know much about history, but I know the French and German don't like one another. And Rudy says, bonjour, Mr. Hartenstein. Have a little bit of that left-handed dunk.
Wow, bonjour. Very nice.
A little bit of French from DB.
Good job, Doris.
Did you like that?
I like Doris Burke. I think she's cool.
Giving us some history lessons. I don't think the French and the German like each other, but bonjour, Mr. Hartenstein.
Come on.
I don't know much about history, but I know the French and German don't like one another. And Rudy says, bonjour, Mr. Hartenstein. Have a little bit of that left-handed dunk.
Wow, have a little bit of that. Have a little of that pastry.
How about that? History lesson, French lesson. I mean.
Come on, Doris.
Doris Burke. She is one of
a kind. Stay in your lane.
For worse and for worse. Yes, stick to English tonight here, DB.
Come on, man.
Stick to English. All right. So 10,000 units on the Pacers is your pick. Edmonton takes game one in the Stanley Cup final, a thriller. They win in overtime with a goal in the final minute of the first overtime. Leon Draisaitl on a great feed from Connor McDavid on the power play gives Edmonton the game one victory. But there have been 18 previous game ones in the Stanley Cup final that have gone to overtime. 14 of those 18 game one OT winners have gone on to win the series.
Well, they haven't played the Panties.
So I know. Good news for Edmonton. They were down 2 goals after the second period last night. And Florida, that was the first time in the Paul Maurice era with the Florida Panties that they had lost a game in which they have led after the second period in the playoffs. So huge, unexpected comeback from the Oilers. They protect home ice. They get game one. And game 2 tomorrow night. We will definitely get your gold star lock on that one.
Yeah, well, the Panties ain't winning game 2 either.
Okay. All right. We'll see if you change your mind by tomorrow's show.
It's all about the home. This is the home field advantage now coming up.
An
for hockey.
early pick for Edmonton. I like it. I like it. All right, Buck. Let's shift gears here. Before we do, we'll give a few more sponsor shout outs, but we'll talk some Texas football here. Greg McElroy, former Alabama quarterback, current college football insider for the four-letter network, had some thoughts on the Texas Longhorn defense. We'll let you hear from Greg in a moment, but first, a few more sponsor shout outs.
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at St. Patrick since 1975. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of those Texas-themed gifts and items there for you. A huge variety of men's and women's clothing. That's men's and women's clothing over at St. Patrick's, and they offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, and plenty of free parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Plenty of spaces for you to go over there. And Father's Day next week, Dad would love to have one of those polos, along with a hat, along with the one to BK, #1 seller right there. They've got it all at St. Patrick for sure. Go by and say hello to Jay and the gang. And folks, for more information, go to stpatrick.com. We will be there next Tuesday, is it?
I believe so.
Yeah, next Tuesday. Come visit us over there on next Tuesday.
Yes, indeed.
Come have an OLIPOP with us.
Come have an OLIPOP with us. Thank you for the transition. You
you
don't have
go.
to wait till next Tuesday to have an OLIPOP, but you can have an OLIPOP next Tuesday. You can also have one today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
There you go.
Because you can shop OLIPOP wherever you buy your groceries. So the next time you're at HEB, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go, make sure you buy an OLIPOP. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. This is the game changer of all game changers. We throw the word generational around a lot, Buck, when talking about, athletes and sports figures.
Oh, yeah.
OLIPOP is a pretty generational invention.
Yes,
Wouldn't
it
you
is.
agree? Because it's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. So it's soda. So that's been invented before. But this is a new take on soda. Again, it's actually good for you. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health. You're supporting your taste buds because you're going to love the taste, but you're supporting your gut every time you down one of the 19 great flavors of OLIPOP. We love it. I'm a cream soda guy. Nothing better than getting creamed in the
grape.
morning. You like the grape. Man, Chip's drinking OLIPOP all the time. Double R drinks OLIPOP. We got all of TSU hooked on this stuff now. If you haven't tried it yet, again, you are missing out. Go get you some OLIPOP.
Love it.
Yeah, Beth Mowens was a lot of hate for Beth Mowens, who was on the call of the Texas softball game last night.
Yes, they're kind of pro-tech. Well, I got it.
They were
Anytime
very
Texas is on, and in most sports, the other team gets all the play.
Yeah, and you've got the easy storyline of Kennedy making more than $1 million. That was like the Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley are roommates bit last night on the broadcast.
Did they say the money amount, or they just said NIL? They don't say the money amount, do they?
No, they said it's so well known that she's the first ever college softball player to be making upwards of $1 million in NIL money. So no, they talk about it a lot. I mean, Tech's been open about it, Kennedy's been open about it, and it's like you can't ignore it. Like everybody knows. I don't know if anyone knows the exact dollar amount, but everyone knows it's seven figures, and she's the only one. So they mentioned that about 400 times during the game last night. Yeah, Beth Mowens. I've said it before. I'll say it again. The person I feel worst for in the entire world, Buck, is a guy named Alan Arolado. Who's Alan?
Who's that dude?
Who's that dude? According to Google, that is the husband of Beth Mowens. It's tough enough to deal with for a couple of hours on a TV broadcast every once in a while, but I don't know how that guy deals with that at home all the time.
What do you know, BK, about the softball coach at Texas Tech? Did he lose a daughter? Did she die? It sounded like he may have lost a daughter.
Yes.
Was that an accident, or was that?
Yes, this was it was a few years ago. I got to double check.
It wasn't that long ago. She was a softball player, correct?
Yeah, she died in a car accident. And they talked about that. Again, I was watching most of the game with no sound and went back and watched all the highlights with sound. So I didn't hear everything, all of the details, but I think I had heard at some point this year. They had he lost his daughter 4 or 5 years ago in a bad car accident.
Okay.
And Tech's a great story this year. Like we previewed this series yesterday, we talked about Tech's run. I mean, it's easy to just say, well, they paid Nigeri Kennedy $1 million and that's the only reason. Of course that helps. No one's denying that. but it's a first-year head coach. It's a team that had never won the conference before. It's a team that had never been to the Women's College World Series before. Like, it's an amazing run. And we said, Texas and Texas Tech played 4 times last season. Texas run-ruled Tech in all 4 of them. Like, the leap that they have taken this year, it's not just one player.
Right.
It's an entire team and it's entire new culture and mindset that they've got there. So it's awesome that they're here. I don't root for Tech in anything, but like, it's a big deal that they've made it this far. And you've got that storyline on top of everything else, that the coach's daughter lost her life in a tragic way, I think in her 20s a few years ago. That's another element to the coolness of Texas Tech's story. Obviously, we're hoping their story ends tonight, but it's been an impressive run for them.
It certainly has.
There's no doubt about that. All right, let's talk a little Texas football here, shall we?
All right.
Little sound from Greg McElroy. This is a long cut, so we're going to start and stop this a couple of times. But Greg McElroy yesterday ranked the top 10 defenses in college football going into 2025. And I'll just give you the spoiler right now. He has Texas number 1 on his list. He believes that the Longhorns are the best defense in America going into this season. Again, we'll start and stop this a couple of times, but here's a little bit of why Greg McElroy believes the Horns are the top D in the nation.
And then finally, the number 1 defense in college football coming into the season are the Texas Longhorns. If you look at what they have, it's honestly off the charts from a star power standpoint. Now, they've lost some key pieces the last couple of years, notably at defensive tackle. I mean, the last couple of years, they've lost a lot of really good players on the interior of their defensive line. But if you look at the star power that they return at so many different positions, I don't think there's a team in the country that has a higher ceiling than Texas with the amount of guys that could take over the game and absolutely wreck the opponent's offense.
So we'll pause it right there, Buck. Your initial thoughts on hearing Greg McElroy say Texas has the best defense in the nation?
Well, I don't know about that. I know Ohio State loses a few, but I think that they would be highly ranked along with Penn State. I don't know where Texas. I think Texas has the ability. They've got some young stars, but they also, I don't know about the portal guys. I think he's thinking of some of those guys making a difference immediately too. Guys like the guys from Purdue. I think he's thinking immediately that those guys come in and they are stars. I think there are stars to be had, or stars in the making possibly, but I don't know if they have, with the exception of the rush guys, I don't know how many stars they have, just star. I mean, I think they have an opportunity to become stars, but just standing in there, walking in where the other guys have left off, I don't know about that after 2 years of what they've lost.
Well, I think they have 3 bona fide stars on the defensive end of the football, with a chance to increase that number to 4 and 5 this year. Like, Anthony Hill is a star. There's no doubt about that.
Sure, yes.
He might be the best. He might be the best linebacker in college football. Michael Taft was an All-American last year.
Yeah, there's 2.
He's a star. And I would say, Colin Simmons won the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year award in college football last year. He led Texas in sacks as a true frost. Like, I think that guy is a star too. He's going to be preseason All SEC.
Yes, he will be. Yes, he will.
A preseason All American. So those 3 guys, like, I don't know how many other defenses in America have like 3 stars. And for Texas, it's kind of cool because you've got one on the D line, you've got one at linebacker, and you've got one in the secondary. So they're all spaced out. And I think that star power is kind of what Greg McElroy is alluding to there. That I don't know if there's anybody else in the country that has that.
There's stars in the making.
Stars in the making too. And you and Greg McElroy, speaking of stars, you guys are kind of aligned because McElroy has Ohio State number 2 and Penn State number 3 on his list of the best defenses in college football. So, that might be your preseason top 3 in some order, just in terms of the AP poll, with Texas, Ohio State, and Penn State in there. In terms of the defensive side of the football, McElroy's right there with you. All right, let's keep going. More from Greg McElroy talking about the Texas defense.
We'll start with the guys that can play multiple positions. We'll start with Anthony Hill. The guy's a complete superstar. I think he's the best linebacker in the country, ridiculously athletic, amazing against the run and the pass. He's versatile enough to, in a third down situation, he can get to the line of scrimmage. He can cover. This guy can do absolutely anything on the football field. He should be one of the best players in America this upcoming season. The return of Trey Moore was massive. There was a time where you thought he would be going to the NFL. He was great at UTSA a few years ago, had 14 sacks in 2023. In his first year at Texas, it was pretty good. It wasn't elite until the season kind of went along. And then as he was kind of playing a little bit more off the ball, a few more things as far as pass rush situations, his impact became more significant as the game went along. He's got a lot of position flexibility. He's got a lot of versatility on that side of the ball, so he can do a lot of different things and create a lot of problems. And then finally, Colin Simmons. Certainly last but not least, this guy is ridiculous. I'm not sure there is a more feared pass rusher in the SEC outside of maybe Dylan Stewart, but he's expected to take on an even bigger role here in 2025. If he can go alongside Trey Moore and Anthony Hill's in the middle, you got Colin Simmons on one side, Trey Moore on the other, and Anthony Hill in the middle, I don't know what you do.
So there you go. And I tend to agree with Greg McElroy. Like, I don't know if there's a better pass rushing team in college football than Texas right now. With the way Trey Moore ended last season, with how strongly Colin Simmons came on as his freshman year progressed. And I think Greg McElroy is going to talk about Ethan Burke in the final bit of sound that we play. But like, we know how good Ethan Burke is and how many big plays he made.
Oh yeah, this is his jump to it year right here.
Oh, it's a contract year. He's going into his senior year, and you've got no more COVID eligibility. So unless Ethan Burke pulls a Diego Pavia and sues the NCAA, I think our great friend is done after this year. So this is a contract year. This is a money-making year for Ethan Burke. And
they don't talk about Taff enough. I mean, I was expecting McElroy to give Taff. I mean, you got a guy on the back end of that secondary that used to be crap and now is the best secondary in college football, and a guy who was an All-American, but you're kind of leaving him out. He kind of gets left out back there.
I can't remember if he mentions Taff at the end here. We'll get to that in a second. But look, I think your point is accurate, whether it's McElroy or somebody else. Look, you know what it is. You know the reason why.
Sure.
He's white.
Yeah,
He's white.
Is he fast enough? Is he quick enough? Can he cover one-on-one? He can do all those things.
Yeah.
He does all those things. He creates turnovers. He understands what the defense is all about, but he can cover. They pretend like that dude can't cover. Covers as well as the guy for the Philadelphia Eagles that's white in their secondary.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like nobody believes in the white secondary player because they've been phased out of the game over the last couple of decades. I mean, even Texas fans before last year were like not big believers. I don't want to speak for every Longhorn fan, but a lot of Longhorn fans were still questioning if Michael Taff was good enough to be back there. And obviously, anybody who watched Texas last year knows that Michael Taff is one of the best defensive players in America.
Anybody who watched the last 2 years understood that dude can cover ground. He gets a lot of. He's around the fumbles. He covers. He hits.
2 years ago,
and he's a leader back there.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I think Michael Taff was almost guilty by association, right?
Yes.
Because the Texas secondary was horrible, and they ranked outside of the top 100 in pass defense, and Michael Taff was a part of that. He was a starter for that group. So people kind of lumped him in with everybody else who, I'm not saying he wasn't responsible for any of those issues, but he was clearly not the biggest problem that Texas had back there from a personnel standpoint. And, all of a sudden you put better talent around him and he gets another year of development under his belt, and you could see how good he can be. So,
Manny Muhammad, I mean, they had talked. It's not just the way we talked about him, and then he had his downtime in parts of the season. But when that guy was good, that guy was very good. And you've got to believe, with Dwayne Aquino with him, he's going to take a huge step, not just he's going to take a huge leap this year with that guy coaching him back there in the secondary.
You're talking about Muhammad now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Again, I think I'm president of the Manny Muhammad fan club. He was really good last year. Like, the numbers back it up. He just sucked in the playoff, and I get it. Those are the most important games. Those are the games that everybody's watching, and those are the last games that Texas played, so people are going to remember those. But no, Manny Muhammad had a great year, and if he takes a little step, I'll be happy. But if he does take that big step you're talking about, working with the legendary Dwayne Aquino, then this Texas secondary is going to be fine despite losing Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba.
Yeah, they got some good players in that secondary. They still, even the guys that they lose, they still have some good players in the secondary that have a lot of experience now.
They do. That they do. All right, last one. I believe this is the last one from Greg McElroy. talking about why he believes Texas has the number 1 defense.
I really don't know how you're going to be able to adequately defend all 3 of those guys. One of those guys is going to get home on a down-in, down-out basis in obvious passing situations. You bring in a couple of key pieces as well. Via the transfer portal, Travis Shaw from North Carolina, Cole Brevard from Purdue. Those are key additions to kind of reinforce some of the depth on the interior. And then don't forget some of the pieces that are left over that maybe get a little bit overshadowed, like Ethan Burke. He on the edge is a guy that you do not want to sleep on as well. He might not quite as much twitch as Colin Simmons or Trey Moore, but his presence is always one that needs to be accounted for. In the secondary, they have 5 players back that are really, really solid kind of across the board. Michael Taff is back at safety. Malik Muhammad at corner, who's been around for quite some time. Jelani McDonald there at nickel and kind of played the star. Derek Williams, who is one of their best cover guys in the secondary. Him staying healthy is going to be massive. Jalen Gilbo at cornerback. Like, they are really solid across the board. And they went out and got some of the top young players in the country to come in and reinforce their depth there in the back end. Pete Kwiatkowski has been there now 5 years. Has provided great stability, but they have continued to be as sound against the run as one can imagine. And then with the upside they have and the personnel they have with Hill, Moore, Simmons, and others, this group has a ridiculously high ceiling this upcoming season. I don't think there's a group in the country that can get after the quarterback better. That's what makes the Texas Longhorns the number 1 defense in the country heading into the 25 season.
Interesting. For me is who's going to be in the middle of this defense? What will they do in the middle? I mean, do they have the bulk to hang in there with? I mean, you got to have 2 guys. You got to have 2 deep in there. For me, the guys on the outside are fantastic. Nobody's been outside of Texas, getting outside of them. Getting on the edge for the last 2 years. Nobody's done that. When they struggle is in the middle a little bit. Where do you put Hill? Is he going to be a linebacker? Is he going to be an outside? You can put him anywhere you want to. I think he has the ability to grow anywhere, inside, outside. He's got the strength to do that. So, but who are those down guys? You lose a couple of big guys, Collins and those guys. You lose some girth inside.
Yeah, well, Texas spent a lot of money trying to answer that question, right? And we'll see if their investment pays off. I mean, they added 5 D linemen from the transfer portal.
Yeah.
So they saw what you saw. They're like, okay, who is going to replace Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton? Like, we have had unbelievable defensive tackle play these last 2 years. Obviously, in 23, it was Sweat and Murphy. And then last year, it was those other 2 guys. Like, that's 4 NFL draft picks, 4 pretty high NFL draft picks that have left your program at that spot in the last 2 years.
Yeah, when you got the speed, and BK, when you got the speed on the outside, because college football, you can say you got to stop both, but you really have to stop the passing game. You have to stop the ball from being thrown down the field. So you have to put the pressure on the quarterback. You can't even give a bad quarterback time in any part of football now. So they've got everything you need on the outside. It's like I said, it's when teams like Georgia decide we're going to saddle it up with our running back and we're going right at you because we can't drop back against you because you guys are too good against that. You're going to need that 2 deep or that 3rd or 4th guy in the middle to really. I think they'll be fine at linebacker.
Yeah. I think Anthony Hill and Leonka Lafau at linebacker. That's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, Lafau will be bigger. He'll be bigger. It's just the way it goes with him. He'll get bigger.
Yeah, and you bring in Brad Spence, the transfer from Arkansas, who played a lot for the Hogs last year, so he knows what it takes to compete in the SEC. I think he's a guy who's going to get a lot of snaps, maybe more of an early down guy in run-stopping situations for Texas. So, yeah, I feel pretty good about linebacker, but I'm with you. I mean, it's fair to ask questions about the defensive tackle. We asked him last year. Again, thankfully, those questions were answered because Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton were really good. But we knew a little bit about those guys because they had been on campus.
Right.
You're talking about 5 transfers who have all played college football. That's the good news. You're not relying on 18-year-olds who, haven't developed into their bodies just yet. You are relying on guys who have played plenty of snaps in college football, especially Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw, the 2 names that Greg McElroy mentioned there. But we haven't seen it with our own eyes at Texas.
Well, yeah, it'd be different if you told me they're coming from Georgia or Notre Dame. I mean, they're coming from places that have been okay, but not, Well, one kid was one of the kid from Purdue, wasn't he on the list of the Big Ten as one of the better players?
Yeah, you've got all
on a bad Purdue team.
Right. You've got all major conference players. All 5 transfers that Texas brought in on the D-line were Power 4 players last year.
Okay.
You've got a Purdue, you've got a North Carolina, you've got an Ohio State with Hero Canoe, who didn't play a whole lot for them, but played at Ohio State.
Right.
You've got a Maryland, and you've got a Syracuse. So all big conferences, not all great teams in those big conferences, but
Right.
they've gone up against. I mean,
Sure.
four of those 5 are Big Ten players. So the Big Ten's right there with the SEC as the best conference
You're
in the
right.
sport. They've won the last 2 national championships. So these guys have gone up against like NFL caliber players. So the jump in competition, this isn't like, oh, we're taking some dude from the FCS and hopefully he'll translate, but we really don't know. This is not. These guys have had success against the similar type of players that we will be playing against. So
Yeah,
hopefully,
and as you said, this is a contract year for a guy like Trey Moore, who last year I thought took a huge leap. It took him a while, but he started to figure it out, and he was involved in a lot of plays, a lot of big plays for that Texas defense. It's almost to me like, do you leave him outside? Where does he go? He sounds like the guy that can move around in places now. They feel very confident. He understands the defense a little bit better now, and now he
yeah.
understands what the caliber of football he's playing against too.
Yeah, that's a great example. That's kind of a perfect segue because Trey Moore coming in from UTSA was a big
Right.
leap up in competition, going from the American to the SEC, and it took him a while to get it going. And it was like a stock. You bought the stock really high, and in the first few months you had it, it's going down, and you're like, oh my God, I don't want to sell now. It's incredibly low. This is going to be a huge waste and a huge loss for me. And then Texas stayed the course.
Yes.
They kept putting Trey Moore out there on the field, and they got rewarded. And
Yeah, plus the kid has to understand what you're trying to do defensively too. It's not always about the player that, oh, he's not good enough. The scheme may not fit him right. And it looked like he started just to fit the scheme more so than was he good enough, understanding about playing in that conference. I always take it that, oh, no, he had to get out of the American to the SEC, and it took him a while. But you also got to get used to the scheme of what you're trying to do too.
Yeah, for sure, man. New game plan, new scheme, new
He
guys
used to
around
just go
you.
sick the quarterback. He used to just go after the quarterback.
Well,
Much more than his defense.
Yeah, he was fast and athletic and twitchy enough to go around
Right.
tackles in the American Conference, but there's not a lot of first round caliber O linemen in that league.
You're right.
It feels like you got 2 or 3 tackles minimum coming out of the SEC in the first round of the draft every year.
Right.
So yeah, going up, it's a lot. I mean, we all want to assume it's going to be an easy transition going from school to school. It's like, oh, it's the same sport. You should be able to do the same thing. But obviously, there are a bunch of factors at play when you were playing somewhere new. And again, it took Trey Moore a while to figure it out, but down the stretch, he had figured it out. And we talked. It felt like early in the spring, there was a lot of conversation about Trey Moore playing more off-ball linebacker, right? Like just they're rotating him at a few different spots on
Right.
defense, and hey, he's a versatile skill set. Maybe we can play him in a few different places, and he'll have success. It sounds like that sort of fizzled out as the spring went along.
And they just kept him outside there. Yep.
Which is good. Like I remember we talked about this like back in March and April. It took Trey Moore too long, or at least a while. I don't know if too long because he was great for the second half of the season, but it took Trey Moore a while to get up to speed at the position he's been playing for years.
Sure.
Why would you try to learn him a new position?
Exactly.
Like just let him build off of what he did at the end of last year. And look, you should trust PK more than you trust me.
But is he to the point now where he can do both? I mean, he looks like, he got in passing lanes. When he was off the ball, he was there batting passes down, running guys down from behind, getting in passing lanes. Maybe he can do both now. He's a senior. He's a senior in college. I think he understands the schemes of what Texas is trying to do. He was a real contributor later in the season, midway point where he got better. Maybe he can do both now because you got guys on the outside who can just go get the quarterback. You got those dudes. But do you have guys that can get out in the passing lane too? So, I thought he did a good job of that.
I just, I don't know. To me,
let him do what he does best.
Yeah, and the edge position is more valuable than the off-ball linebacker. Like
sure.
That's like how football feels about this stuff right now.
Yeah, but how much playing time does he get to be there? You got other guys that have gotten so good.
Well, I think I think there's kind of 3 guys vying for 2 spots, 3 obvious guys. There's depth there too with Colton Vasek and some of the younger guys that Texas has, but like it feels like Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, and Trey Moore are your
Right.
three best edge rushers on your team. So I think there will be scenarios where all three of those guys are on the field at the same time.
Yeah, because they can move. Ethan will be big enough to move down a little bit if he has to.
Yeah, but that's the most important position on the defense for me. It's like the guy who
Yeah.
gets after the quarterback. You have to have those guys, and if Trey Moore is one of the better one of those guys, then he should be doing that.
Yeah, is Ethan Burke going to be a 275-pound guy? Is he going to be 270, or is he always going to be in that 250s, 240s, high 240s, 250s, 260 guy? Can he ever be a 270 guy? Because he'd be a devastating tackle out there. You know what I mean? But I got to, in college football, he looks like height-wise and everything else, you can move him inside like where Collins was at times, where he can beat your guard and get in there with his hands up on your quarterback.
He's 6'6", 258, according to the Texas roster.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to get. 258. He'll be in his 260s, probably coming back into camp.
Yeah,
but he's not going to be he's never going to be a 275 guy.
No, I don't think he needs to be either. And yeah, Alfred Collins was pushing 3 bills, and I think at times he was over 3 bills. So like those are the guys, and that's where Texas got beef in the transfer portal. Like those dudes they brought in are all like 290 plus.
I would be interested to know what Ethan Burke they would like for him to play. Yeah, they would love for him to be 275, 6'5", 270. Pretty sure they'd love to him to come that way and be able to carry that kind of weight. I just don't know if he can.
Yeah,
former lacrosse guy trying to carry 270, that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that with Ethan Burke. Like what separates him, what makes him really good and effective is his athleticism and his quick twitch.
Sure.
So look, some guys are better athletes at that size than Ethan Burke is at his size, but like Ethan Burke can make plays with his current body type. Yeah, so I don't think they should make a drastic change. Again, they got 5 D linemen from the portal.
But I'm just saying if it happens naturally, if he ends up being, if he can move, be a not 275, that's tough right there. But in the 260s, you know what I'm saying? Can he be that guy?
That's not big enough. You can't put a 260-pound guy inside in the SEC, can you?
Probably not.
Yeah. So
but they can move him down inside if they know they've got some passing down situations and they got these crazy outside rushers along with him, coming down on your guards every once in a while. He'll be able to beat those guys, whether he's 265, 245, 255 with his height and everything else. And if you got other pass rushers like Moore and Hill on the outside, that's tough to beat right there. If they're passing the ball and, they're not – I'm not talking about 3rd and 3. I'm about 3rd and 17 or something. Now you can move him down and with the other pass rushers and bring him. That's a lot. But you're right. But if he can hold 260, that's fine. But he can still do the same things at 250 something.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, if you have Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, and Trey Moore on the field at the same time, then that's
on a pass down situations. It's pass.
Yeah, third and long, or you're up by 14 in the fourth quarter. The team's trying to come back against you. Like that's not prevent defense kind of thing. I don't think you should be playing that in the secondary.
That's rush the passer because they have to pass.
Yeah, let's make them have 2nd and 23 instead of 2nd and 10.
Correct. Yes.
So I'm with you. I mean, there are going to be packages I think where those 3 guys.
That's
are
awesome.
Out there.
I like that. I still need that. I need that fatty in the middle though. Sorry about that.
They've got them. They spent 5 of them. They spent money to get 5 of them, Buck. They agree with you.
Yeah, once again, we don't know them yet. We'll have to, we can go check out film, but we'll have to get the word coming out of the spring. I didn't even know. I didn't hear very much about the fatties. Were there any of them here?
Yeah, 3 of the 5 were here for spring.
I'll have to ask Chip and see if they made what the progress was of those guys.
The other 2 were just added, post spring transfer portal, and
who knows what happens in June? Who knows what happens in June?
Well, you can't do anything in June for this year, Buck. That's all recruiting for the future.
I'm talking about the future of this defensive line too.
Right. Yeah, I think. Look, Texas doesn't want to get 5 portal D linemen every year.
No.
They don't want to get 5 of any one position every year. Like no coach wants to do that. He'd rather, build through the high school ranks. Sark has been open about this. He wants to build through high school recruiting and then just like plug holes through the portal or just find upgrades. If he can find obvious upgrades at certain spots, that's how he's going to use the portal. Texas was just in a bad spot. Bo Davis didn't recruit super well in his last year or 2 in Austin. and Texas lost 7 scholarship defensive linemen from last year's team. So they had to do something right now. But yeah, I think Texas hopes to sign at least 3 or 4 high school defensive linemen in the class of 2026, and I think they're going to try to do that. They're going to try to bring in crooked numbers every year on the D line when it comes to recruiting, because it's expensive. I mean, Texas is spending buku amounts of money. Certain guys it makes sense, right? But like the defensive linemen, those big guys, they come at a premium because
yes, they do.
They are hard to find in college football. Hell, they're hard to find at any level of football. So you've got to pay a pretty penny.
It's easier to find the coaches at Rutgers than those players.
Yeah, much easier to do that than it is to find those big guys. Justice Terry, by the way, that's the guy I think needs to put on some weight, because Justice Terry's the 5-star. Speaking of recruiting, he's the 5-star D lineman that they brought in out of the state of Georgia. Right, they went into UGA territory and stole one of the top recruits in the class. That guy's only 263 right now.
Ooh,
that guy's like a defensive tackle. So that's the dude to me. It's like I don't know if you need to get him up to 300, but feels like a freshman 15 would work out pretty well for Justice Terry.
There you go.
I think that's
15 pounds.
That's what I would like to see. I don't know if he's quite the edge, true edge guy, but he's got the edge size right now at 263.
Well, you very seldom get those high schoolers that truly come in as 280, 280s or whatever it is. That they're like you said, they're the 260s, 255s that you expect over 2 years to be in the thick of things, because they'll grow into all that stuff of weightlifting, meals, the eating the right way.
Yeah,
but you don't get too many of those unless they come out of the state of Georgia, or Georgia's got them on the team and they just not playing right now. Those are the 285s, 295 pounders that are behind All-Americans,
For sure. And CB
but they don't have them this year at Georgia. You won't see any of them. Yeah, you will.
Yeah, you will. I know. Classic Georgia bit, trying to act like, oh, we're not good. Nobody believes in us. Everybody's doubting us. And then they'll go out and have an amazing year and probably win a national championship.
They'll have some 315-pound guy to, oh, no, he was so far down on our depth chart. We didn't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, CB brings up a good point. Like, Justice Terry has put on weight. I'm just reading what he was on the Texas roster like 2 months ago. So I want him to put on more weight. He looks great, but if he's going to be an elite defensive tackle in the SEC, he's got to be more than 263, 265.
Yeah, he's got to be the ability. He's got to have that quick twitch, and he's got to be a fatty.
He's got to be a fatty.
He's got to have some. I got to see some belly stuff coming over the top a little bit.
No squatty body, just a little gut.
How tall is he? Did you say 6'3", 6'4"?
6'5", dude.
No, he's no squat. That's not a squatty body. That's Alfred Collins. At times look like Tarzan, play like Jane. You got to be careful of that too. So I love a squatty body, but I like a big tall guy too. But I still want to see some fat come over the top,
Sure. Speaking of fat, by the way, real quick recruiting nugget. Earlier this week, Texas offered a 2028 offensive lineman.
Oh, my.
2028 is going into his sophomore year. So that's a few cycles away from now. This kid is 6'8", 360 pounds. He's got an 84-inch wingspan.
That's a fatty.
What is a sophomore in high school? Like 15? Going on 16?
16.
6'8", 360. His name is J Storm Knight. Jai apostrophe.
Maybe going to the WWE right out of high school.
Man, with that name, J Storm, Jai apostrophe Storm is his first name. Knight is his last name. 6'8", 360 pounds as a 15-year-old.
God.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. All right, so there you go. There's your Texas football conversation. How did we get there? Greg McElroy from ESPN says he believes Texas has the best defense in America right now. Pulling up the rest of the list real quick. He has Ohio State number 2. Obviously, those two teams will match up on August 30th in the season opener. Penn State number 3, Georgia number 4. Didn't have to scroll too far to find them.
No.
Notre Dame number 5. Oklahoma's number 7 on this list, Buck.
It doesn't matter. They can be number 3. It doesn't matter.
Come on.
They're horrible.
Yeah, well, last year their defense was pretty solid. It was the offense that did them in. They do lose the T-shirt model.
Yes, he's gone.
Danny Stutzman off to the NFL.
Don't they lose that secondary dude?
They do lose, a key secondary dude as well with, was it Peyton Bowen who's gone? Oh, Billy Bowman who's gone. They've
Billy
got a
Bowman,
Peyton
yeah,
Bowen
see,
and a Billy Bowman. I always got them
the guy's
confused.
always around the ball.
Yeah, he's gone. But, hey, Brent Venables has taken over the defense. Remember that worked for Charlie Strong at Oh, no, it didn't.
No, it
Charlie
didn't
tried
work.
that in year 3, and he ended up getting fired after that year. That's Brent Venables doing that in year 3 at
We're
Oklahoma.
not trying to get
taking
them
over.
fired. We just want them to be lousy again.
Yeah, I want them – again, it's a crossroads, right? Like, I want Oklahoma to lose every game. But I also want Brent Venables to stick around. And I know both of those things can't happen, even though I want them to. So it's like if they just go 7-5 or 8-4 the next couple of years, like keep Venables around. Just do enough to where he
Don't screw up
gets.
and only have 6 wins. Look out, you're done.
I know. But OU's defense number 7 on this list: Michigan 8, Oregon 9, Clemson 10. For
Clemson is the one who has to pick it up. My sleeper needs to pick up the pace on defense again. They lost so many guys over the last couple of years on that defensive line. Now they look back. They're starting to get back to being a pretty good offensive team. They have all those wide receivers coming back. You know, 3-4 year starter coming back at quarterback. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's what makes them the sleeper.
Clemson went out and got Tom Allen, who was Penn State's defensive coordinator last year.
Yes.
Remember, Penn State stole Ohio State's defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles. And so Penn State's defensive coordinator, Tom Allen, went and took the job at Clemson to work with Dabo. Tom Allen's a really good defensive mind. Penn State had a top 10 scoring and total defense last year. Clemson's defense was pretty average, 49th in scoring, 69th, very nice, in total defense. So, yeah, it wasn't the national championship caliber winning Clemson defenses that we saw when they were obviously winning national championships. So we'll see. They've got a lot of talent back from last year's squad. TJ Parker, a great defensive end. Peter Woods is really good. I think there's a chance Clemson is a top, 15 to 20 defense again in this sport this year.
I would agree.
And that's why they can't be.
Offensively, they're going to be just fine.
That's why they can't be your sleeper, because they're going to have a top 10 to 15 defense and a top 10 to 15 offense, and they're going to be a top 10 preseason team. I can't give it to you. You keep asking, you keep trying, you keep poach. You're like the kid who goes up to his mom and asks for the same thing in like 15 different ways. And the mom's like, no, like, I know what you're doing here. No,
I
you
said
can't have it.
no. I said no.
I said no. That's you and me right now.
Yeah, but you didn't say it. But you didn't say it enough. That's what it is.
I'll keep saying it. I've got 86 days.
Starts, I'll have them as my sleeper.
86 days till Texas and Ohio State, which is, of course, on the first big Saturday of college football. So you'll ask me about – we won't have 86 shows because those are weekends involved, but you'll ask me, I don't know, 60 times between now and then, and I'm going to say no every single time.
You don't believe in those young wide receivers for them, so –
I do. I mean, I think they're going to make the playoff, and everybody else does too. That's why they're not a sleeper. It's not that I don't think they're good. I'm not disagreeing with you there. They're too good to be a sleeper. You give me Bill Belichick at UNC, now that's a sleeper.
Dude, he won't be around. Now I'm starting to think that dude ain't not going to be around.
You tell me SMU, even though they made the playoff last year, I will give you SMU as a sleeper this year if you want them. Because that's a bold pick, picking the Mustangs to make the playoff again.
Second-year quarterback who had a fantastic year last year.
I'll give you that. They're going to be ranked. They won't be top 10, but I think they'll be top 25. I will give you a top 25 team. I'm being nice here. I can't give you top 10. I can't give you a conference favorite. And Clemson is the ACC favorite right now.
Oh, how about giving me the Cuse? They've got an incredible coach.
An incredible recruiter.
Yeah,
Fran Brown, who, according to Locked On, is a better recruiter than Steve Sarkisian. Even though Sark brought in the number 1 class this year, and Fran Brown brought in the 42nd best class.
42nd best class. How does that happen?
I'm not entirely sure how that went down. I need to double check and see if that list has been amended yet. It needs to be if it hasn't been.
Yeah, it'll get fixed.
It'll get fixed. All right. In a moment, we will get to my nightmare. Maybe the worst thing I have ever seen done on an airplane in my life. Now, I was not on the plane. It's a video that found me, but I still saw it happen on a real plane. And I'm thanking my lucky stars that I was not on board that aircraft when it happened. We will get to that video here in a moment. But before we shift gears here, Buck, how about another round? sponsor shoutouts.
Say hello to our friends at 34 Wine and Spirits, of course. 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. 4th of July, Father's Day. Hey, have a big party for Dad. Head on over to 4601 Southwest Parkway. Pick up a nice bottle of bourbon for Pops for Father's Day. He'd like that. But they've got it all. They are wholesale distributors. So if you're having a big office party, think a big bash for the 4th of July, call on 34 Wine and Spirits. They've got, of course, Matthew McConaughey's. They've got his tequila there. They've got everybody's stuff there. They've also got Altstadt Beer there, too. They have all the different brands of Altstadt Beer. I saw the Altstadt truck there. I went to see AJ the other day, and the Altstadt truck was there unloading once again at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Oh, they know I'm coming back in town.
That must be what it is.
Yeah, they've got to restock when BK comes through. 34 Wine and Spirits to reload on the Altstadt Beer. I've got a beer fridge filled with Altstadt. There's nothing else in there. It's just loaded with Altstadt Beer 24/7, 365. So whenever I need or want, I've got an Altstadt by my side. You should do the same. You don't need a beer fridge, but you should have Altstadt on deck wherever you are, because your good times in the summertime are made better with a great beer, and Altstadt is that beer that you have been searching for. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available all over the Lone Star State. I talk about it a bunch. They've got a number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Check out their Peach Radler. It is fantastic. I'm not a fruit beer guy. I don't want fruit juice when I drink.
You're not a fruity guy, huh?
This stuff is, well, some would disagree, but I would say I am not a fruity guy. But this Radler, it's just so easy to drink when you're outside by the pool, by the lake. It's super refreshing, made with juice from real Fredericksburg peaches. You get that great Altstadt beer taste as well. If that's not your cup of tea, that's fine. They've got lager, they've got Kolsch, they've got a Hefeweizen, they've got a light beer, something for everybody out there. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits, or the next time you're at a grocery store that sells beer. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Real quick, Texas baseball nug. We're seeing some roster attrition happen with Texas baseball. Ace Whitehead has reportedly entered the transfer portal. Been at Texas for a few years, a great high school football and baseball player from Central Texas. He hit the portal yesterday. I saw his name pop in there. And I think one or two more. I got to double check. But I know Texas also added a player from the portal yesterday. They picked up a commit from Wichita State transfer Josh Livingston, who hit .284 with 15 home runs and 48 RBIs for the Shockers this season. And played at Wichita State.
Shocker.
Bring in the Shocker. Yeah, your favorite hand signal, Buck. The classic two in the P, one in the S, right?
There you go.
There's your tip for kids in the car line there.
Thank you very much.
But Livingston started out at JUCO, spent the last 2 years at Wichita State, hit 26 home runs combined in those 2 years with the Shockers. So this is an instant plug-and-play type of guy for Texas. And the Longhorns are losing a lot. They're losing some younger dudes to the portal. You know, they're losing Kimball Schusler, obviously, to graduation. He's out of eligibility. Schusler played first base for Texas this past year. Josh Livingston played some first base for Wichita State. So he might be your on-paper replacement for Kimball at first base. So, yeah, sucks that we're talking about a Texas baseball offseason already. Would much rather be previewing a super regional, but that's where we're at right now. And Jim Schlossnagle already making moves to try to reload this Longhorn roster for the 2026.
We will always be interested in who they got as a pitcher coming in. And you'll see some different names coming in, I believe, this year.
Yeah.
That will always be one of his things.
For sure. And look, I think a lot of great pitchers want to pitch for Max Wiener. One of the best pitching coaches in college baseball, a guy who has Major League Baseball pitching coach experience. So he's done a tremendous job developing arms. And we saw what he did with, Jared Spencer and Luke Harrison and Dylan Valantis and Max Scruggs and a number of the other Texas pitchers this year in year one. Yeah, and Texas right now is the number one recruiting class in America. Again, the draft is next month, so it's hard to know exactly what the roster is going to look like until the draft happens and, you see which high schoolers sign with the pro teams or which guys turn them down and decide to come to college. So we won't know the answer to that until I think July 13th or 14th is when the MLB draft will take place. But, that's not going to prevent Schloss from hitting the portal in the meantime.
Oh, no, he's got work to do.
He's got some work to do to Yeah, make sure Texas doesn't lose in a regional again next year. A lot of good, but we all know what the ultimate goal is at the University of Texas, and they fell short of that this season. So Schlau's doing what he can to ensure that they won't do the same thing in 26. All right. Buck, this is a 20-second video with accompanying audio here.
Okay.
I could only handle about 26 seconds of this.
Really? It's that bad or that good?
Well, I'll let you be the judge, but I will tell you right now, I will preface this by saying this actual video that I saw on twitter.com or
found
x.com
you. Found
me. It's about 2 minutes long.
Wow.
And we weren't going to play all of that because, again, I couldn't handle all of that. I could barely handle a fourth of that. So this is a real clip from a real flight. And you know how they have those, PA systems where the flight attendant will take a phone off of a hook, like a corded phone, and they'll start talking to everybody on board the plane. Anyone who's flown.
They let you know sometimes how to buckle your seatbelt. If you're to that point, you don't know how to buckle a seatbelt, they'll let you know.
They will let you know, absolutely. They'll tell you what to do when the oxygen masks fall from the ceiling.
Which I never want to see. I just might as well go ahead and die. If that thing happens there, I'm dead.
That might be the worst thing. Like being in a bathroom on an airplane when that happens has to be the scariest thing in the world.
Oh my God.
Because you can't look out a window. You can't really see what's going on. And you're in that tight ass space and it smells bad.
That thing is moving all, no, thanks. And
that
mask comes down. Shoot.
Yeah. And you're hurting because you're in the bathroom sitting on the pot. So clearly you're already in a bad spot. And then boom. Anyways. Okay. We can't talk while this is playing.
Okay.
So we'll show this and I'll let you hear this and then we'll react to it.
No matter how hard I try, every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes.
That's cute.
Dude.
That's gonna wake me up out of my sleep no matter what, because I'll fall asleep immediately, but I'm up after I hear that.
Isn't that a problem?
What, waking me up out of a sleep on a plane?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the passenger beside me elbow and want to have a conversation. No, that's not acceptable, but
nobody wants to be woken up out of a sleep on a plane. It's hard enough to fall asleep on one of those things. You don't want somebody screwing that up.
Somebody's talented daughter wants to sing.
Dude,
no.
Talented. She's not good. That was not good singing. And
it's a kid.
Yeah, of course.
Taylor Swift?
I wouldn't want Taylor Swift singing on the plane.
No,
Shut up.
That's not the place for it. They do little cute things when Southwest, if they found out you had a birthday, people would start singing happy birthday to you, but that's generally, they've had manservants do that every once in a while that would sing happy birthday, or the flight attendants, which those people are called, not the manservants, but the flight attendants. Those are the females. Every once in a while, they'll get on and say happy birthday, such and such, or hey, somebody's celebrating their 50th anniversary on this flight headed to Hawaii. That's all right. I'm about that.
I don't know if
I need to sing. I don't need the singing.
No, I don't want the flight attendant singing. I don't want the pilot singing. I don't want the manservant singing. I don't want anybody singing on board an aircraft.
You wouldn't want to hear the manservant sing a little Sinatra?
No, and it's bad enough. Like, look, if you're just sitting in the row next to somebody who's singing, it's like, oh my God. But when it's over the entire loudspeaker where everybody has to hear it, like, doesn't matter how far away you are.
Maybe she was headed to America's Got Talent.
Yeah, well, she can head to the eject button off the plane. That's where she can head, dude.
Don't be so mean. That's not bad. You can handle that.
Dude, look, I got great noise canceling headphones, so I would just crank that up and hopefully it'd be loud enough to offset what's happening there. But if I didn't, I'm just like on a plane trying to get somewhere, and all of a sudden I hear like a 10-year-old girl singing a song from Aladdin.
What about if I sat up with this thing right here and start going, ain't nothing but a gangsta party? You want that on the loudspeaker? No?
that would be a little better if an old black guy just started rapping Pac on the PA system. Then I'd be intrigued. I would at least take my headphones off to hear what's going on there. Then I'd probably be like, all right, shut up. But again, we only played 25 seconds of that.
But you said it went over 2 minutes?
Well, the video lasts 2 minutes, but the video doesn't like end with an applause. She keeps singing. The video just stops. Whoever was filming just stopped recording, but she continues on beyond 2 minutes. So I don't know if she just sang one song. She might have sang the whole movie soundtrack. Who knows?
Wow.
Like that can't happen. You got to start booing at some point, right?
Like boo the little kid?
Boo the little kid.
I don't know. I don't know if I could bring it to myself to boo the kid, like boo, throw a hat over it. No, I can't do it.
I mean, I don't have a tomato. If I had a tomato, I'd chunk it at her.
Chunk it right side of her head.
Hey, give me a little bag of that Southwest snack mix. Bang.
No,
throw that across the lane.
I can handle it for the amount of time that you just played it. 2 minutes. I'm gonna probably have to hit the manservant in the balls as he comes by and said, "Hey, would you get that girl off of there, please?"
I'm almost surprised nobody. And I watched. I only watched like 30 seconds, but nobody, to my knowledge, ended up like yelling or trying to stop her. They just let it go and let her go. And it's one of those things where you want somebody to play hero, but you don't want it to be you, because then you're the bad guy telling a 10-year-old girl to shut up.
Yes. Why would you want to be the bad guy there?
But everybody on the plane.
Wickedly talented.
No, that's not Adele Dazeem there.
She's wickedly talented.
If it was Adina Menzel, again, better. I still don't want her singing. I don't want a concert. I go to a concert when I'm looking for a concert. I don't go on an airplane looking for someone to sing over the horrible quality PA that sounds like this anyways. I don't want that.
She was headed to a talent show or coming back. She should have showed her ribbon. If she would have shown her ribbon for first place, she'd have been just fine.
The only thing I want to see a little girl do on a plane is this.
just guzzling down. Hey, give me another 6-pack, will you there? Hey, you manservant, bring me another bud.
Now that is cool. That I'm on board with. A little kid just downing a beer. That's fine. But the singing, that's a problem. We can't accept.
You could have taken it for that amount of time. You'd have been okay.
Again, with the noise canceling headphones, I'm fine. If I don't have those, look, I think I'm too nice of a guy to actually say something. But I sure as hell am looking around me like, do you guys all see this, or are we all hearing this right now? Is this really happening?
I'm sad for you, because if it's the girl who's seeing things or telling you, you bum, you would have been like applauding, like, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would have, because those chicks were adults and they were hot. So they can get away with that kind of stuff. But no, dude, to me, the singing is worse than any of those. I'd be pissed. I don't care how attractive or how good of a singer it is. I don't want to hear that on a plane. Like, I'm always trying to fall asleep with music on.
I'm trying to fall asleep. I don't need you talking to me. I don't want to hear about your trip that you're about to take as you're leaving Austin Bergstrom and headed somewhere. You and the girl beside me. I don't want to hear about what's going to happen. You guys let it happen when you get there. I don't want to hear about blow by blow while I'm trying to sleep when it's dark when I'm flying.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, where does that rank amongst the worst things that can happen to you on board an aircraft? Obviously, everything at the top of the list is a crash or you die. So, like, living things.
We too low is what I don't want to hear.
Like, okay, what's worse? Let's do a little side-by-side comparison here. I'll try to think of a few scenarios for what could happen to you on a plane. What's worse? You get that woman singing, or that little kid singing,
or somebody dying beside me, in the seat beside me.
No deaths. We're omitting deaths, because all death is worse. What about gas? Person next to you is just farting the entire flight.
Oh, well, I'm laughing so hard. I'm going to giggle a little bit. I'm going to giggle, but because I can take the fumes, because no matter what, we're still getting to our destination. That's not stopping anything. But if I catch somebody lifting sideways, I'm going to be pissed.
So what would you prefer, though? Would you prefer the farter or would you prefer the singer?
I would prefer the farter.
Okay, I would too. What about
the one that gets me is the two making out in the seat. the one, the overzealous, hey, let's get under the cover and here, hold my hand and this, and give
The
me some tongue.
honeymooners.
Yeah, I'm like, come here, break. Wait till you get on the ground for that stuff, will you?
I know. Yeah, you
I
guys
don't
can't
like
wait.
Those two don't do it for me. I don't care if they're young, old. There's no age limit on that. The olds going on their 50th honeymoon is like, no, I don't want that either.
No, you really don't want to see that. Yeah, it's like you're flying from Dallas to Houston. Can you not wait 45 minutes to make out, please? It's you're Jerry Seinfeld making out during Schindler's List at that point if you can't if you can't make a flight. Okay, what about you're all about getting to your destination on time.
Yes,
so
I am.
This is an interesting one. That girl singing for the entire flight.
Oh no, I can't. No.
Or your flight's delayed for 2 hours. So you're either on time, but that girl's singing the whole time. Let's just say it's a 2-hour flight, not a super long flight. Sings the whole time. Or your flight's delayed for 2 hours and you don't have to hear any of that.
I'd rather be delayed 2 hours. I don't want to hear that.
It's a no-brainer. Like I don't know.
I don't know. Once again, I don't talk on flights. I know people that meet other people. I met people who say I met some of my best friends or I met a girlfriend on a flight. I don't talk to people on flights, except for Ted Williams.
Mm-hmm. And his frozen head.
Yeah, his frozen head. Well, I have a reason to talk to a guy like Ted Williams. But the person that wants to hold the regular conversation about my life and their life, I'm like, I'm not interested. I put the earphones in and I don't even have music in. I put a headset on. I don't even have music playing. I just don't want to talk to anybody on a flight.
Well, you could find a 20-year-old woman like Bill Belichick did. Worked for him. Remember, that's where they met, even though she doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh, she doesn't want to talk about that. She was invested. Once she knew who it was, she was trying to write a paper, I believe, or something.
Yeah, I'm sure she was. I'm sure she was doing that.
But I think if Southwest, like I said, Southwest Airlines used to do gimmicky little fun stuff like, anniversaries or it's such and such birthday, and they would start singing. I've been on a flight where they've sang happy birthday to whatever, or this is my first trip to Austin, Texas from New Zealand or something. And somebody comes on and says that, and everybody's like, yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that. Yeah. I could do it that amount of time of that little girl singing without going crazy.
Yeah, if it's like a minute or two, that's enough.
Yeah, but you're looking to pull out a 12 gauge on her and put her in the bathroom and make her sit in there the rest of the flight.
Wow, I wouldn't advocate shooting the girl. I didn't go that far. I'm not trying to murder anybody. No, definitely not a little kid.
But
God.
But no, I can't go for the amount of time that you said. I would probably say something eventually like, enough. Hey, enough, kid. Go sit down.
At some point, somebody's got to say something or do something about that, right? Like you got to be the bad guy because you're not the bad guy. You're taking one for the team at that point. You're sacrificing yourself.
Well, no, I ding my mail servant and say, hey, listen, Yosemite, go over there and tell little Susie to be quiet. I'm trying to rest here. I didn't pay for a concert.
Do you know anybody named Yosemite?
No, but it sounds like a good name. It should be, right?
You just called a manservant Yosemite?
Yes.
Interesting. They named him after a national park.
Yeah, that's a good one. Why not? We're traveling that direction.
Some of these names we're hearing these days. It's we just talked about a J Storm earlier today. JAI' Storm as a first name. So maybe Yosemite's not too far off from where we're at right now, Sam.
We got too many struggles in life, and to hear a little girl sing for 26 seconds, you can do it. You can do it.
No, I can't. This is not.
That can't be one of the things in your life that's going to bother you. No. But like you said, if it goes on for, what did you say? It just kept on going?
It went on for at least 2 minutes. I don't know how long it went, but I know it was at least 2. And if y'all, please someone tell me, outside of a health scare or a serious health event, what could be worse on a plane than someone who can't singing taking the entire PA system and singing? What's worse than that? Like, again, if you have I'm saying if you don't have headphones. If you have headphones, it's no big deal. So that's on you for not bringing your headphones. There's an easy way to avoid this. But this hypothetical scenario, we love these hypotheticals. We're not Steve Sarkisian. Sark hates hypotheticals. We love hypotheticals on TSU. What, outside of a health scare or death, what would be worse than that?
I wouldn't mind speaking up after she did her first rendition and saying enough. I mean, I would openly say that loud enough for her dad and her mom and her grandma to hear me go, enough. But I'm not going to cuss her out, like, shut the you-know-what up. I'm just going to say enough. I'm going to let them know that that's disturbing to me as an individual. It may not disturb anybody else, but that's disturbing me. I pay for this flight, and I didn't pay for a concert. That's all I need to do, but it's not going to – it wouldn't be – I could take it – I could have taken 20 seconds. I would let her sing on. I wouldn't have bothered her. But after about 2 or 3 minutes of that, I would have said something.
We've got some great text coming in. 512 number says, I'll go crop dust her by the phone she's on. That'll get her off the speaker.
Just walk by her.
Just walk by her and rip ass as you do.
Who's going to go and snatch the phone out of her hand? Get off that phone. There's some more important things to be said on this phone. Like, I need to know how to buckle up my seatbelt.
Our man Tom McKay checks in. If the kid can sing good, I would enjoy it, but most kids sound like crap, so I'd be standing up saying, sit your little ass down. I don't doubt Tom for a second on that one either. He would have no problem telling off a little girl saying, hey, get off the phone, please. That's not for you. What are you doing here?
Yeah, you're not singing to your boyfriend on the other end. Get off.
That is fantastic right there. Yep, can't accept that. We cannot accept that, little girl. That's my nightmare, being on a plane.
Yeah, and I'm not big on the one that falls asleep, because I'm the fall asleep guy. But the snore on the plane that you can hear for 3 or 4 rows when it gets quiet and you're up there at 20,000 feet and, seatbelt sign is off, but everybody's quiet because they're listening to music, or just got their little light on when it's dark when you take – because I leave early in the morning. And all of a sudden you hear the guy that is now getting his best rest on the plane for three rows back. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, that's tough. Anything that's noise is annoying.
Plus, he's got his own pillow. He brought his own pillow from his bed.
And you hate that. We learned a couple of weeks ago.
I hate that. I'm not a fan of bringing your garb, your gear onto a plane so you can get a good sleep.
Oh man, you know what? I
had a hard enough time, BK, when the flights used to give you your own. They don't even give you your own blankets. They don't even have blankets anymore. You ask for a blanket, they're like, we don't have any. United Airlines used to have the nicest. I think everybody should just steal those blankets. They'd walk right off with the blanket. So they lost so much money on blankets. They don't have them anymore.
I do wonder, like maybe in first class they give those blankets out still. I feel like I've seen them in first class walking by.
I haven't seen a blanket on a plane in a long time.
Yeah,
if they just go ahead and do my little porta potty that comes down the aisle like the tray does, like automatic, like it's on its own little track.
Right.
Hey, all the bathrooms are full. Okay, well, let me just sit right here. Here we go. And then that thing disappears. That'd be great.
Oh, my God.
Then we wouldn't have all this stoppage. We wouldn't have these, this stuff is toxic. Your crap is toxic. Let's go. No.
Hey, here's
no such thing.
I would elbow that girl away, grab the mic, and say,
shut up, bitch.
And she's a child. There's tougher things in life than to listen to a little girl sing. You know what I mean? She's trying out for a play. She's doing something special, man. She's doing something to save the world, and you're yelling at her.
Save the world?
She should have started singing "We Are the World." I mean, really.
I don't think that saved the world either. Did that save AIDS? Do we not have AIDS anymore?
Yeah, well, it's out there.
It's still out there. So I don't think it saved the world.
We are the world, or whatever it is. I mean, we can hang with that. It's too many bad things going on. I just watched Mission Impossible. Some of the bad things were going on. That little girl singing is not going to, it won't bother me for a minute.
You know what? I need Tom Cruise to jump from one plane onto that plane, pick that girl up, and jump with her to another plane. Get her out of here, Tom. Convert her to Scientology if you need to. Just get her off this plane, please. Can't have
her. Bring her back again. Let's listen. Maybe she was a better singer than you thought. You just didn't give her any credit.
All right, here it is. Sorry for your eardrums. Per the Bucks' request, the real sound from a real airplane recently.
No matter how hard I try, every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I love to be. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes.
Why don't she sing like La Bamba or something? Come on now. What is that? What's that song from Annie or something? Do we even know the song, where it's from? What is it? What Broadway play is it from?
Yeah, somebody said Aladdin first, and then someone said, no, wait, it's Moana. Some Disney movie, probably.
Marijuana? She's on marijuana?
She could use some. That might shut her up.
Moana. Oh, she's trying out for something.
She's not trying out on the airplane.
Somebody said she's actually better than Taylor Swift.
Yeah, no, my pops brings up the best point of the show so far. There's a reason that only families attend kids' recitals, because kids suck. They're not talented. So you don't we don't pay for tickets to go watch kids play sports. You go to watch your grandkids play because they're your grandkids. Yeah, parents go to watch their kids play, piano or sing or play a sport because they're their kids. You don't go because it's entertaining or they're good at it. No, you save that for the pros. So when I'm paying hundreds, flights are so expensive these days. I'm paying hundreds.
Not when you got Delta in the palm of your hand. It's not.
Oh my God! And all of Yankee Stadium is Delta. By the way, they've got 400 Delta advertisements across the ballpark because they're a huge sponsor.
They got red coats. They have red coats in the stands.
I'm getting PTSD everywhere I go. It's terrible. But yeah, you pay like hundreds of bucks to get on this flight. I don't want to be paying that much to hear a shitty kid sing a shitty song shittily.
Oh my God.
That's
it's Moana, your mama or whatever it is. I don't know what the hell that is.
I don't know. We're just relying on the people right now. They're telling us it's Mona or Moana, whatever it is. I've never seen it. I know it's a Disney animated movie. That's about all I know about it.
Dude, I could get on that plane here. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, if they want to play that over the loud, well, I'd be a little concerned if all of a sudden action music starts playing. It's like
you'd wake up.
I'd be like turning around, like, is Tom Cruise here? Who's about to get killed? What's going on?
Oh
is this flight safe? But no, if you want to, when you're landing, if you want to pull out a speaker,
someday you're going to have children, and you're going to be, your child is going to want to, hey, Dad, the flight attendant said I can sing a little chorus of, the song that I was in 5th grade. Remember the recital that you came to, that you told me how great I was? The manservant said that I could sing a little bit on this flight. Are you okay? You know what you're going to say? Go ahead, sweetie. You go right ahead.
You know what I'll say?
Shut up, bitch.
You can't do that to your kid. It's
no.
hard for life.
You know what I would say, because I'm not selfish. Like, this is on the parent too for allowing this to happen. Because I'm not a selfish person, I would say, no, this isn't the place. Like, we'll practice when we land. We'll practice when we get home.
You know what? That sounds logical.
Yeah. You don't put on a show. People don't want this right now. Don't do this. Don't ever do that. Kids, be singing on an airplane over the PA system. Even if you don't have the PA system, don't be audibly singing in your seat, because that annoys.
People throwing Molotov cocktails, putting people on fire, and a little girl wants to sing, and that's going to bother you. Can't let it bother you, man.
Now that's a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Light her on fire. There you go.
Let her run up and down the aisle on fire? No.
You're talking about a 12 gauge. You're talking about lighting kids on fire. What's going on here this morning?
No, man. I'm good. My tolerance has gotten better. I think as if I'm getting ready to celebrate a 70th birthday, there's a lot of things I can't tolerate, but there's certain things I can for a little bit of time. Because it's all about goodness. It's nothing bad with it. Now, the lady that comes and pees in the aisle and all that stuff, I can't tolerate that. But we can't be late on the flight either because of that. That's not enough to make you stop and take her down and then get the plane on the ground. No, we can get to our destination. If she's done peeing on the floor in the middle of don't step around it.
There's our last hypothetical there then. Like, what would you rather have? Someone taking a leak, pulling down their pants and taking a leak in the middle of the aisle on a plane? Or would you rather have this little girl singing on the plane?
For the amount of time that we just heard, the 20-some seconds?
Let's say, the pee only takes, 30 seconds?
Yes.
Let's say it's 10 minutes of singing versus the pee. Because the pee has that last, you got to smell it and you got to see it, and you got to walk on it when you're walking.
Not all pee stinks the same. Not all pee stinks the same.
All right, what if it's a spare piss?
And I'm right beside it. That's my row.
Yep.
I'm not I'm still going to make it. I can do it. I can make it. Destination on time. Let's roll.
Oh, my God. All right, before we bring on the boys of Chaos Theory, because we got to get their takes on this, a few more sponsor shout-outs. AV Consultations. We talked about Tom earlier. He's the man. We love him. If you need to upgrade your TV setup, that's what he wants me to talk about. If you need to upgrade your TV setup, we're less than 90 days away from the return of college football. Make sure you've got your TV setup done by the time football season rolls around. You should be doing it now because you've got the Stanley Cup final, you've got the Calder Cup playoffs, you've got the NBA finals, you've got baseball, you've got everything else going on. So you should have already made the call to AV Consultations, but make sure you get it done by the time football season rolls around. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. You can find out more online at avconsultations.com. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. Don't go buy a TV somewhere else and then call AV Consultations. No, they get the best deals, the best equipment at the best prices, and they will hook everything up in the comfort of your own home, inside or outside. Just call them AV Consultations.
All right. Of course, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems for all your plumbing, heating, and air conditioning needs. Call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And I got to get out of here because Mike McCall is on his way here. I got to go keep the dog away because we're getting some stuff done. Thank you to Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. Getting that bad boy done today and tomorrow. Getting those screens out and putting those windows in. I'm excited about that.
Getting the wood.
Yeah, man.
That's the best.
Boys, look.
Hey.
Don't forget.
Oh, like WWF, man. What happened?
Don't forget when you're doing anniversaries, it's not just about the gift. You got to get the card too, even if you have to hand make it, or this is what you end up with, boys.
Are you good? What's
I'm all right.
going on over there? What the hell is going on over there?
I can take a hit. Believe me, I can take a hit.
I was waiting like the wrestler.
I
used to run those slant routes through the linebackers all damn day, he said.
Yeah, I can take it all. It's not a big deal. Y'all have a good one.
Later, brother. There he goes. He didn't have no drawers on.
You're ready, Mike.
Don't forget the card, I guess, on your anniversary. Otherwise, you're going to get anti-Ray Riced.
My goodness.
That's all I buy is a
elbow to the short elbows wins fights, gents. We just saw it.
Little forearm shiver.
What's going on there?
All right. I don't know if y'all heard or saw what we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes at this point.
Heard y'all dabbling.
Yeah, the little girl singing over the PA system on an airplane.
I don't know what this is from either.
I don't know what it's from either. It's a video that found me
Song, I don't know.
on Twitter. Yeah, and it was blowing up. It went viral. A little girl on board a fully stocked passenger aircraft was singing for multiple minutes, at least 2 minutes, just singing over the PA loudspeaker for everybody to hear.
That's not cool. No.
It's not cool. It's not cool.
I don't want to hear that.
So one, they had to have had access to the PA system, right? So either the flight attendants allowed this to go down, which, you know what? The math is mathing. The math is mathing. Flight attendants, Disney, loving like some show tunes or whatever. Mm-hmm. Letting somebody sing on the flight to terrorize kids or to terrorize the rest of the flight people. Yeah. All the passengers on board probably don't like show tunes, right?
Dude, it doesn't matter what song.
Disney people love show tunes. Dude.
I don't care if it's show tune. That singing is bad.
No, well, let's hear the singing one more time.
Oh, no. All right. Sorry, everybody. Blame Wags for this because he wasn't tuned in to TSU.
I got to hear it heat of the moment. There's difference between my car speakers and my computer speakers.
She wasn't singing Asia. I don't know what heat of the moment has to do with this, Wags. Here's a
great pull by you, by the way. That is,
thank you.
You were, God, Marcy, you raised this young man well.
Thank you. It's the best music. All right, here we go. Here it is, Wags. Brace yourself.
No matter how hard I try, every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I love to be. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes.
It's the same. It's the same.
No.
Hey, Make-A-Wish is a real organization, guys.
Hey, if that's the case, yes. But I don't think that's the case.
It's a real org. It might not be, but man, those sit down, little girl, before you go back with the luggage. That's what I'd say. Or go put your headphones on and sing to that. I don't know what it's from, though. I'm a show tunes guy, but I don't know what that's from.
Well,
go ahead, Double R.
You guys do know that there are two of those microphones in the airplane, right? You know, where she's at
in the back, right?
I'm running over to the other side and I'm doing that.
Dude, great minds think alike, Double R. I was trying to find that video for like the last 10 minutes of Bucky and BK, and I couldn't. I was looking at Twitter. I did look at YouTube. You did the right thing, so it's much easier to find it there. But yeah, that's to me, that's the only acceptable situation where a passenger can get on the PA system if they're pulling off a bit like that. That's funny. That's funny. What just happened? The singing, that can't happen.
That's hilarious. You know, now I do like, you know, sometimes you get the man servants or woman servants, whatever, as Bucky says, where they're kind of colorful, you know, when they're doing all that, where they're like,
they got a lot of character. Yeah.
But, you know, it doesn't need to be open mic
35 years or whatever. They got the routine down, right?
Yeah. We don't need open mic night. I'm getting up and I'm partying on that,
flashing the belt around like it's fucking Price is Right. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Language, but
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's my nightmare. So we were trying to decide if there's anything worse, barring like a serious health issue, right? Obviously, if you have a heart attack, you have a stroke, you die, or somebody around you dies, that's clearly worse than a little girl singing on a plane. But in terms of like non-life-threatening events, you guys think there's anything worse than that? A little girl singing over the loudspeaker for everyone to hear?
Is this solely on the plane?
On the plane, yeah. And you don't have headphones, like in this hypothetical. If you have headphones, again, easy to drown out.
I've endured something worse.
Okay, on a plane?
Yeah, I flight from Honolulu International to Las Vegas. The guy was he needed 2 seats, and he didn't fly well, so he had to be absolutely hammered. Right, to fly. He was wasted. Like, you could smell the alcohol coming through his pores. He couldn't control himself, so he was leaning on me. He was he was getting ready to vomit. Like, nice. It was so. I was waiting on him. The flight attendant goes, "Are you and your friend okay?" I was like, "No, I don't know this man. I'm helping him because you guys won't help him." Like, it was pretty bad. And also, I didn't want to sit in my seat. So I rode about eight hours almost, you know, walking back and forth, trying to just act like a servant to this dude and kind of going back and forth through the bathroom. I ended up hanging out in the back place where the flight attendants were. They were actually kind of cool with it, right? The one lady gave me 4 little shorties for Crown Royal to get my stuff started for the bachelor party going to Las Vegas. I don't know if it was because I was helping them with this, but I mean, they had to feel sorry for me. I'm going from Honolulu to Las Vegas, barely sitting, right after I paid for a flight. So that was the worst that I endured. I could probably deal with the little chick singing because it's only going to last for about 2 minutes.
That's the hope. I don't know.
Right? That's then she just starts serenading you with the entire Disney album or catalog.
Well, just think about that. If you're the pilot or whoever allowed that, where I'm sure it was a parent that walked up and said, "Oh, I have this tremendously talented young songbird here. Let's let her sing."
You know what I'm thinking now is probably she was singing out loud, and like the flight attendant's just like, Jesus Christ, like, how can we get her to? Oh, little girl, if we let you sing on the intercom, would you just shut the hell up for the rest of the flight so that everybody else can enjoy it? We only have to endure like excruciating pain for 2 minutes, but
put her with the
after
luggage.
That we can go.
Put her with the luggage in the tunnle underneath. Sing all you want.
Now we're talking. That's an idea. Right there.
That's what I would do right there. All that I ever have, guys, is like you have somebody next to you where they're listening to something and it never fails. It's I've had it happen with Tejano music or different things, and they don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand. Don't play it over the speaker. And it's like, it's kind of one of those things. Everybody's looking around, and it's like, dude.
I do a call, but my kid's sleeping, and I'd probably get shit thrown at me through the wall. So
Yeah, that's rough. Like, you bring headphones, use headphones. I can't figure out when you can hear someone's music through their headphones. It's like, how loud is it for you if I can hear exactly what you're listening to?
that's dingbat over here.
Now, your kid does that? Yeah.
Oh yeah, blaring.
I don't
And what the hell's trap music, anyways?
I don't have enough time to explain that.
Thank you, because I don't have enough time to comprehend it.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Into that, buddy.
All right, boys, hug it out of y'all's hair. Have a great show. I'll be tuned in with y'all tomorrow.
Later,
Safe,
brother.
dude.
What's up, amigo?
Hi, buddy. How are you doing?
Doing good. Up and at 'em. Adam. Up and rolling, dude. Got out to Timmy Hortons. Had a nice little meeting with our guy William out there.
Yeah.
A little treated to some coffee and donuts. As a matter of fact,
Nice.
Good to
I'm
be
going to
back
roll
in
over
the-
there and check that out. I'm going to go check that out.
You better, damn it. If you want some real coffee, and look, I got to tell you guys, you know where the other coffee shops that you go to, they give you that much coffee and the rest milk. Not at our guy Tim's. Tim Jr. waited on me. The actual owner of the Sun. I'm kidding, but his name was Tim, and I'm starting to notice that I'm becoming more like my father and like those damn progressive commercials. Ha! Tim, huh?
Man.
The owner's son. You must be God. Stupid fucking dad joke, and I did.
I love those, man. Those are great. But isn't that seriously? I mean, I find myself doing that a lot when it comes to different things.
I don't know what it is. Like it's. I never used to do it. I used to feel so confident in my silence in my 20s, right? And in my 30s. Now I'm just like, what hell? Like you get over 40 and you have to act like that. What's the deal?
Well,
do you have to spark conversation everywhere you go?
Yeah,
serious. That's an honest question because you just said you did it.
The problem that I have is I'm like out and about and I kind of like to keep to myself, but then I hear people talking about stuff and I'm like, not that I was eavesdropping, but
I know I insert myself and I'm like chewing on my gums to not to. I'm like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then they say the wrong thing. It's all right, assholes. This is actually what happened.
Well, and it's gotten to where like what I do, like if I go run to HEB down the road, I see people like they're walking through there and, they may have like a Kansas City Chiefs shirt on. And I'm like, hey, how you think they're going to be this year?
I thought you were getting ready to say like they pull out an item from I was like, what's a better ingredient? What's a better can? Here's a better brand that you should go with. I thought you were going to be that guy.
No,
buddy, I like what I like. Okay, leave me alone.
No, you know what? Where I hang out,
put this one on the list, so I got to go with it. All right.
Where I hang out in the cheap beer aisle and the ramen noodle aisle, nobody over there.
Are you a taster? Do you go for groceries but sit there for an hour just tasting wine and shit, and all of a sudden you're loaded?
They offer me stuff all the time, and it's like, the wine, because I'm not a big wine drinking guy, and they're always like, would you like a sample of whatever? And I'm like, I'm trying to cut back, and I'm like, hey, just leave me alone, because then they hook you. Because odds are it's good, and then you walk out of there with 3 bags of Little Smokies. It's like, sheesh, I didn't need this,
and some dog treats.
And some dog treats. And yeah, no, I'm not a big taster. I'm not a big sampler.
So I envisioned you down there by the cheese and wine, just sipping on the good stuff. And
yeah. Everybody gets exactly where I go.
Until Tracy gets done with the shop or whatever. Right. I'm a blubbering mess. Like I go in, it is a science experiment when I go to the grocery store. Like, and I have a list too, right? But I'm always like this, looking down every damn aisle or trying to find it on the signs. Right?
I know. I get lost in there, man.
The one thing that drives me nuts, and I'll be done with shopping after this. But the one thing that drives me nuts: why in the hell aren't the crackers either near the bread or snacks aisle? Why are crackers all? And this is just maybe in the HEB that I go to, in my HEB. Why are they all the way down on the opposite end of where crackers should be? They're like isolated. You can't find them, or they're almost next to the nuts. You know what I mean? The raw nuts and shit and candy.
Yeah. Well, because that would kind of be like is it on the chip aisle?
No, the chips are back by the snacks.
Oh.
You don't go to the grocery store.
I do go to the grocery store, but it's not very often to buy food. It's usually to buy toiletries or booze or
I got you.
Chef Boyardee, that kind of stuff.
Shit, man, I go so much. I think I got the aisles memorized.
Well, and the thing about
HEB down here.
So this HEB over here, remember they redid it a while back, and they had the little thing hanging where you could go, and it's like, okay, peanuts, aisle 15 or whatever. Then they took those away, and then they redid it all over again. And it's like, okay, I was just figuring this out. So it's like, I know where the beer case is, I know where the canned food is, and I know where the prescriptions are.
Shit. What did I say? Did I say something wrong?
I don't know. I didn't see what you said.
Jake, what did I say, man? Send me a message if it's something
About
bad.
nuts, probably. We don't talk about nuts on here.
Probably
something about
shit.
nuts.
He's making a joke. Jesus, I thought I said something wrong.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't.
It's unfiltered anyways. We don't care what we say.
Say whatever the hell we want to
do.
say on
Jesus,
here.
man, give me a heart attack for a second there.
Oh, man, you're all good. As
Big
far as that.
Well, see you later. Great stuff. All right, hey, where do you want to go first, Part? Well, first off, welcome in everybody. We've already gotten a quarter into the show already, and we're going to give our pleasantries. You can find me on Twitter on the socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter, and then the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My partner in crime, Double R on InstaFace, is the _ Rodney R, and then on Brand X at the Rodney R. If you're out and about, if you're heading out to your favorite coffee shops, or if you're just going to your grocery stores, hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Those lottery numbers again, 512-222-9328. And smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already.
Yeah. I will say, kind of watching the chatter going on right there, the gas station is really a cool place to have the kind of small.
Where do you see crazier people, or have not, how do I phrase that? Where do you have better conversations at? In gas stations or Walmart?
I mean, look,
how often do you go to Walmart?
Never, ever.
That's a great answer.
And look, dude, I am not trying to be a snob or anything like that. Because the whole people get in there and it's like,
it's different. It's just, it is different. I've noticed it myself when I've stepped in there. The blood starts changing. Your blood starts boiling a little bit. You move a little faster, a little more frantic to get the items.
No sense of direction. I mean, folks are all, you're cruising behind somebody and they've got a basket full of shit and they just stop and just hook it around. It's like, no, I am not. And the other part about it is
they do get nuts. It's a lot less. It's a lot less nuttier in Target. As
I always say, I mean, look at me now. I'm in burnt orange and red and black shorts. So I am hardly the GQ guy, but some people in the Walmart, I'm like, pajamas, man, put some underwear on. I can see your nutsack. Don't go out in public like this.
Hey, your balls are showing.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Your balls. Remember that Ace Ventura? Your
balls are showing. So it's like, right. I mean, if I absolutely have to, I will, but not very often, Wags. When I'm traveling, it's like I'm driving along and I'm like, I know Walmart has what I need, but I just don't think I want to do that. To the Diamond real quick, just want to give a shout out to the O's. They're on a little bit of a winning streak here, taking down your M's again, 3-2. Atlee Rutschman on the scoreboard for some homers, or at least for one dong, we should say here. Look, it's been a tough year. Adley's struggling. He's not hitting well. Down maybe 2-4. I don't have his average right off of 220, somewhere around there, but it's been abnormal for Atlee, right? And usually he's been the engine and been the pulse of the lineup. When he's struggling, the lineup tends to struggle. And we've also mentioned, the dismissal, not the dismissal, but the removal of Tony Santander. I mean, that was a lot of protection in that lineup for a lot of these O's. O'Hearn is basically the only person that's producing consistently for the O's. And again, it's kind of been a shakeup of a year, right? They didn't make splashes in the offseason, and it's kind of came back to hurt them. And now they lost their skipper because of bad management, and the list just goes on and on. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but it's nice to see the O's winning something, or back to winning form, or modern day winning form, if you will. But yeah, that's my little slide on baseball. I didn't get to see too much around the Diamond because we had the NHL finals on last night, and we had to watch our ladies take down Texas. Hey, did you see what
are we all on the same page that it felt like Texas Tech was getting gifted, and out, like that was not interference on second base, right? Am I nuts? Like, are you nuts? Or wait a second, I'm a catch. So I was always allowed to block the pass. I was always allowed to block the plate. I don't know if that is the rule. Like, I'm sure that's the rule. Like, you can't block the base pass in from first to second. But I mean, how are you supposed to apply the tag? Like, I was always taught to stand in straddle over the bag, right?
They were trying to explain it, and again, I look.
Do they not put knees down to block? Are you not allowed to put knees down to block?
This was all about the toe, where it's like her toe.
They said her left toe was in the path,
impeding the path, and it's like that's damn near that is a stupid rule. I mean, I'm not going to argue this is a rule. I don't know softball rules, but I mean, to me, and again, I'm sure that's a safety thing, but that right there, I mean, how the hell else are you supposed to apply the tag? That is such a, and then with the interference and all that,
gainer and slap the tag. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and the whole situation with that was, it would be if it's really close, if it's really close. But man, that tag was applied well ahead of getting close to the base or whatever. And then when the next batter comes up and then lines one out and a run scores, I'm like, seriously, is Texas going to lose this way?
Exactly, dude. It basically gifted a run. That's I mean, now granted, they had to make the pitch, right? And of course, Texas Tech got the hit to actually allow the run in, but still they wouldn't even had somebody in scoring position. Like it wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have been over.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's where I know the rules are different. I mean, from baseball to softball, but that is totally one for me that absolutely does not make sense. Longhorn Bear, if she puts her foot there but doesn't have the ball, then it's okay, that's great. That wasn't obstruction, because
but correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Are you not, like, once the ball is caught at second, even though it's second, are you not allowed to put the knee down? Or am I wrong on that? Like,
I'm assuming that you can.
Obstruction. Because I was always taught, like, as soon as the ball's caught, the knee kind of just goes in motion, right? And you have the knee on part of the corner and the glove on the other part of the corner, so nothing of the bag can be touched.
If she would have shifted over and got her whole body, let's just say shoulder width, would have shifted over as the runner was coming, then I'd say, okay, well, maybe you can deem that as an obstruction, but the runner can still slide between the legs or some, but obstruction with a toe,
or do a wide slide to get around.
Yeah. And then when you're talking about the path, I mean, down the first and third baseline where there's a line, I can understand where you have paths and all that, but a path when somebody's running, you're not running like you're trying to do the sober walk, where it's like 1 foot behind the other. That was, the play wasn't close. That's what I come down to. But if that is the rule, it's in the line right now.
Apparently, the rules are different in softball.
Apparently the rules are very different in softball. But that was where, and then when the hit comes up after it, I'm like, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? I mean, I thought that's how it was good, because it was a pitcher's duel last night.
Regardless, though, of what I thought the rule was, what my eyes saw was not obstruction.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
So we all are in agreement of that. Right.
Yeah.
No obstruction whatsoever. It was just
Yeah. And the thing about it is just overall in general, that game last night, man, the first inning, when you've got bases loaded and Tegan Cavan's up there, and here comes Miss Kennedy. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a long night. It's going to be a long night. But you dig out of that hole, and it's like,
I mean, that's
we're about to watch,
and that's like, and that's daggers too, because they left runners on and shit, and it's like one, it depends on how you spin it. You could be like dialed in, focused in, and really going to get the out. And then you could also be like, all right, well, Tech left ducks on the pond. So, how much of an advantage do they take going into game 2, knowing that they had runners in scoring position and they couldn't capitalize?
Yeah. And then, I mean, let's keep talking about this. The whole thing with the intentional walk, I didn't realize, because I had the volume turned down. I think at that point I was doing something else. I didn't realize that they were trying to intentionally walk Atwood when the first pitch just goes right down the middle. I'm like, okay, you know, what are we doing here? And then once I turn it up for the replay where that was an intentional walk, I'm like, well, that's not how they do it in baseball.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, it's like, okay, over here, but that's like that old school, you know, scrapyard playing baseball out on the street where it's like, I'm just going to reach out and touch that thing. But when you and Najee Kennedy is like, it's all on me. It's all on me. I'm like, no, that's actually on your coach, I think, because it's like to make that decision, if that's the way you have to intentionally walk someone, I mean, hell yeah, I'm going to reach out and touch it too if it's coming down the strike zone. Golly, man, that was kind of when that happened, I'm like, okay, there's kind of your redemption right there for what happened a little bit earlier, because that kind of set the chain right there where Texas went ahead. But that was 2 hours of really entertaining.
I gotta say that the last time I really tuned in was I was listening to Andrew Hayes and kind of like just doing the production, right? And sometimes I'll catch a game here and there, but usually I don't have the Lady Longhorns on, and on prime time during prime time. And they were kind of they were stealing the first period away from me. You know, in turn, like I had the Stanley Cup playoffs on right next to the Lady Longhorns, and they were kind of stealing the first period away from me, man. We were gifted with some really good sports last night.
I gotta tell you,
guys, I'm just telling you right now, prepare yourself, because we're going to be in a lull of about three weeks, maybe 4 weeks, maybe a month, to where it's just dog days of summer, and we're relying on baseball to carry us over.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And as CB mentions,
I mean, if you rely on it during the night to kind of fall asleep and you know, and get your mind right, and well, tune into West Coast baseball and kind of have your lullabies there with that. So.
And I'll be curious tonight, because as CB mentions, yes, they had to mention 1 million times that Kennedy made $1 million, and that's great. I like the story where it's like, I mean, the love and everything that Sooner fans have for her. She seems like a really great lady, and she's one hell of a softball player. But yes, I understand she made $1 million, or the Sooners. I'm sorry, Texas Tech. And then when they're showing Oklahoma, you know, having beat Texas,
I knew what you meant, man. I'm not going to do that.
Well, no, I'm trying to catch myself when I make these Freudian slips. But when they were, you know, showing Oklahoma doing the horns down the last couple of years, I'm like, okay, we get that. We don't need this. If you want to show an Oklahoma Sooner highlight to me, show the pitcher, show Ms. Landry, show her. That's what I want to see. I don't care about everybody else doing horns down. You knew I had to get that in, because I sent you that picture the other day and no response. And I could see you doing that when I sent that picture.
You just.
I knew it.
I try and hold my shit together.
I'm like, this dude is not responding to me.
You're the one that says we need to be. You're like, man, I'm trying to, you know, make it more professional of a show, and then you come at me with this shit.
I'm like that dude. I send Wags this picture. I said, you know, for once,
my wife was right next to me too, and she's just like, what are y'all talking about? Just sports. And she worked over the phone. She's sports.
I tell my man Wags, I'm like, for once, I don't totally hate Oklahoma. And it's a picture of Miss Landry over there about to throw the ball or whatever. No response. And then he responds several hours later with what we need to talk about on the show the next day. I'm like, this guy, come on, man. But yeah, no, it's all good. But yeah, that was 2 hours of really fun. I watched it. The last 3 or 4 ladies games, I've watched them straight. She's a good looking ball player. Good looking ball player, as they used to say. Good looking ball player. She just signed a contract too, man. It's she's going to get paid now playing in a pro league. So good for her. I mean, you know, she's a Texan, so we don't have to totally dislike her. Sam Landry.
You're finding all kinds of ways, huh? Finding all kinds of ways, and I go to the grave because you're
the glasses, man. The glass. They even told a story of the glasses. You know, where it's like she usually wears dark frame glasses, but when she pitches, she wears clear frame glasses. I don't know how her glasses don't fall off.
The only thing we were missing was Musburger. And 30,000 red-blooded Americans just signed up to go to Oklahoma. Well, he used Florida State, but who was that? That was somebody's McCarron's. Was that McCarron's?
That was Catherine. Catherine, I can't remember her name. Not Catherine Legg. That's a car racer. Catherine. He married her. They're married.
Yeah. AJ, I think that was AJ McCarron's girlfriend.
Yeah, Catherine something that he married. Yeah, that's
30,000 red-blooded Americans just signed up to go to Florida State. Just enrolled at Florida State.
So one of my good buddies is a fella named Rusty McCarron over in the Mobile area.
Jen Sturger. That's who was that. Jen Sturger?
No, Jen Sturger's the one that
Brett Favre scandal, right?
That's the one that Brett Favre sent the wiener picture to. Yeah, it was Catherine something.
The Wiener Schnitzel.
Yeah. So a buddy of mine, Rusty McCarron, that's
not a real name. That is not a real name.
Rusty McCarron. Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. He's a buddy of mine. So lives over there in Alabama, and his brother is AJ McCarron. They're racing people. They're racing guys. And I'm like, hey, how's AJ doing? When we first do whatever, I'm like, did he ever marry? He's like, oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Catherine Webb.
Good pull, guys. Good pull.
Yeah, man. See,
good pull, Steven.
These guys are good. These guys are good.
That's why it's the best show. It's the best show. Hey, we're on a little you want to go into hockey real quick, or since we're already crazy with it, you want to go into the wheel? You want to do the wheel?
Hold on. Before speaking of wheel, let's talk about some wheels. Do you need
Wheel of Fortune?
Vanna, Pat Sajak's daughter. I wonder if she's going to replace Vanna. Have you seen Pat Sajak's daughter?
No, I have not.
She's always hanging around there.
I usually don't look at daughters, but
she's
I'm kidding. Like, of course, every woman is a daughter at some point, right?
Well, Pat Sajak's wife is a mother of children, and one of them just happens to be a very attractive Maggie Sajak. But if
Patrick said she's a hottie. All right, well, we're gonna have to pull her up sometime.
Maggie Sajak definitely is. But if you are in the market for new or pre-owned wheels, one place to go, it's Covert Bee Cave out there in the beautiful hill country of Central Texas. And you know that our crew out there is going to find the vehicle that you want. Check them out at covertbeecave.com. And remember, it's not just the sale, it's the sale after the service, or the service after the sale, with the routine maintenance and so forth. They'll handle that for you because they have service bays galore out there. Let's take a look at that beauty that is Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right, friends. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Be sure and check them out. covertbeecave.com. Yeah, Sturger was the one that Favre did. I'd say inappropriate. I mean, it was kind of unheard of back in those days. I guess now it's kind of a regular thing to be doing that kind of stuff. But Brett Favre, I'll tell you, that guy, what a mess.
All right, buddy. You want to do the wheel?
You want to do the wheel? Yeah, let's do the wheels.
The wheel.
So I can write it down.
All right. So we're going to share the screen here. Pull this bad boy up. All right. You can see that we've just added the new, recommendations of beers and sex positions. Do we have any more that needs to go up on the board before we put this wheel in action? Could you think of anything over the past couple of days, Rodney?
About all I can come up with is best looking OU softball pitcher ever.
There you go. You're the low hanging fruit for Rodney. All right, we have adult film stars on here. I mean, this
that's on there.
Yeah, it's on here. It's on here. You asked me about it, so we put it on there.
Oh shit! I did that. Oh great.
Yeah, that was you, bud. That was you. All right, so here we go. We're gonna need some Ronnie. No, we're gonna need some music here eventually. But the wheel is spinning. Again, no sponsor for the wheel yet. Maybe we'll get one here.
Yeah, people are watching this and hearing these topics. They're like, who wants
Here we go. We just missed sex positions. Beers it is.
Beers.
Well, I'm sure Altstadt's going to be on there somewhere, but beers it is, guys. Top 5 hot? All right.
So it's that's top 5 beers in our opinion. Okay. Oh man.
And yes, exactly. Our opinion of beer.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah, that'll be good.
So we go over here. Love this on the fly stuff, don't you? This is how we do this stuff. Best hockey sweaters is still that's one that I'd really like to get to, especially this week. We should just go by default, right? Instead of the wheel and just do the best hockey sweaters. Maybe we'll do that next week because I'm sure we'll still have the Stanley Cup final going on.
Yeah. Jake's got it.
One beer is free beer, Jake says.
Jake's got it right there, where it's like, yeah, absolutely free. Cold helps, but if it's absolutely free and it's lukewarm, I can make it work.
You know what though? I kind of, for the darker beers, and I'm probably going to get dragged for this, I don't mind warm beer. Not so much warm beer, but kind of like, well, I guess room temperature would be warm beer, right? Like we all like our beer ice cold, but like the lighter beer, like the Altstats or the Coors Lights and stuff like that. Usually I want those iced cold, but if it's a darker beer, give it to me. Hell, Ike, you know me, baby. I'll eat your pizza. You know that. If you're trying to sponsor the wheel, let's get it going, baby.
That's right.
Just hit a BK. You guys know this. But yeah, if we're going for like darker beer,
then we got to do it every week. We can't forget.
Are you kidding? I'll eat pizza. I'll eat pizza.
We have to do the wheel every week. It's like when we get to the end of the Friday show, and it's like, oh shit,
I'll have the smell of the Parmesan to remind me.
Get a pizza on Thursday night will remind us. No, Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, my dude. Wednesday night to carry it over.
Right there.
That's how that works. Anyway, we like for back to beer real quick. For darker beer, I don't mind having the room flavored or the room temperature taste because I feel like it's more heartier, or it's like it goes with me. It's like a coffee, right? Like you don't have a whole pint of coffee after your meal, but sometimes with the meal and it's a heartier beer, I'll sip it with it and not mind if it's room temperature or not.
Yeah, I'm with you because I think I have a good friend that like brews his own beer. And whenever I pop over, it's usually a darker beer. Every now and then he'll have, something kind of like a lager, but it is when it's like that, when it's going to be more of just a casual, hey, I'm going to have a beer. I can drink warm, the dark beer warm if I absolutely have to drink dark beer. But when
I don't think I'm European, I'm Scandinavian. You like dark beer though?
Shop Scandinavia. Have you done one of them DNA things?
I have, or I haven't, but my dad has. So my dad ain't lying. I'm his kid, right?
It's like,
but I'm more Scandinavian than we are actual German.
I need to do it. We all bought, or the wife bought us all kits a long time ago, and everybody in the family did it except me. I forgot, and it expired. But I'm like, do I really want to know? I'm pretty happy with who I've been to this point. I'd hate to find out something that I really
like. Our last name isn't it was Wagoner.
Wagyu, like that meat. Wagyu.
No. It was like wagon, like farming, like farmers. That's what our name was when we came over on the boat, and then they took the O out and just made us Wagner. That's the, I guess that's the the origin of my family's name coming to America. So.
Yeah, man. All I know about.
Can you see?
All I know about our family is when we came over on the boat, we landed and they said, "Go pick that cotton. Go pick that cotton."
Texas is the cotton state, right?
Go cut that grass.
And I don't know what they said to my granddad was, or my great grandfather was a florist or some shit.
Nice.
Yeah, he had his own flower shop in Baltimore. So
that's pretty cool.
But yeah, we're more Scandinavian. I don't know how we got on this topic of Lent. Oh yeah, European beers.
European beers. Yeah. No, but if it's gonna
really say, I don't really know if I'm that much European. I'm more Scandinavian than I am.
Robstown. You would think I'm from Robstown as much time as I spent in Corpus. I've got a lot of friends in Robstown, as a matter of fact. So yeah, probably could be from Robstown. I don't know.
Yeah, they changed Ike's name too. Ike had a K originally. He's saying.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's why he's Greek.
Oh,
he's Greek.
So Ike Coronas with a C. That's his stage name.
Yeah, that's the stage. Yeah, that's a good pull. That's the stage name. Where do you want to go next, amigo?
You know where I want to go, dude. I want
to the ice.
Seriously, last night was like, that was badass. I mean, when you text me, "Are you awake?" I'm like, well, hell yeah, I'm awake.
I didn't know. I didn't. I said, please tell me you're awake. Please tell me you're awake.
I was all juiced up from the softball still, so I'm like, there's no way I can go to bed right now. Now that right there, you want to talk about a tone setter for what is going to be a badass series. Does not get any better than what we saw last night.
It was really good. And so let's just go. I want to skip to the overtime goal, right? Because we were all it was haymakers back and forth last night, right? And Edmonton got the party started off, and then Florida was able to bounce back. But then let's go to the overtime scene first. Let me set the stage, okay? I'm supposed to be watching shows. My wife and I, we've had agreements. We're talking about the pool, and with this, we're trying to make nights more enjoyable for all of us here. And I consume sports a lot, right? Like most of us do. Okay. She's like, hey, I'd like to watch a show, every now and then. And I'm like, all right, let's implement a show, one show a night.
You don't say have fun?
What's that?
When she says I want to watch a show, you don't say have fun?
No. I try and make this thing, enjoyable for both of us. It's a two-way street, not one-way road. But anyhow, so I was able to coerce her. I'm just like, hey, it's the Stanley Cup Finals, remember? And then I was just like, remember when we were in Costa Rica and we were watching Dallas and Edmonton go back and forth at it? Well, it's like last year. Well, it's the next game. It's the game that's paramount. It's all culminating and comes together. It's the championship. She goes, okay, we can put it on. So we were laying in bed watch. We have another great setup with audio visual consultations, not even in this room, but in the bedroom too. Yeah, it's fantastic.
With a video camera?
No, that was like 20 years ago. But we've refrained from the production part of it.
You don't need to see any of this stuff. No.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the internet somewhere. I'm sure. I'm kidding.
Sorry.
I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. Stop looking. Anyways, so to set the stage, we're we're watching it, and Corey Perry, it's the moment that Corey Perry hits the drop pass, right? I'd get up out of bed, and she's like, what are you doing? I was like, it's over. She goes, what? I was like, it's over. And my wife watches enough to know when a hockey game's over. She goes, they didn't even score. And as soon as she's saying she didn't even score, like, I'm getting up out of the bed, right? And I was like, it's over here. I hand her the controller. She can, I'm going to go take a piss. She can go, turn whatever she wants on. She goes, and as I'm walking across the TV, she goes, how did you know? It was Corey Perry's drop pass that opened everything up, right? And if you're Bob, you have to respect McJesus right there, right in your creek. You have to expect that at point blank range, right? Dreisaitl's coming on the trail. But no matter what you do, you can't give up a crease or any space to McDavid. Corey Perry's drop pass to McDavid, while the defense was going one way, it shifted a wide open space, a wide open gap in that defense with just that little bit of a drop pass, right? Bob's got to slide over to protect against Connor McDavid. Dreisaitl's just coming coast free. I mean, wide open, puts the knee down, drives it home, and that's that, man. Treated to a dandy. 4-7 or 4-3 was the final. The over-under ended up being 7 on the night. Goodness God, or excuse me, total on the night was seven pots, man. 7 total goals. That's fantastic. We are in for a doozy. Now, look, my guys, this was only game 1, and it's up in Edmonton. So, I expected. I'll be, truth be told, I expected Florida to win tonight or last night. I really did. I was expecting maybe a 5-game gentleman sweep, but now I'm telling you guys, I'm thinking we're gonna get 7. I'm not just a prisoner of the moment either, man. Of course, Florida can go up in there and do great things and win the night, but and they, special teams, they took advantage of special teams last night. Bennett stayed hot as well, but ultimately it was a power play that ended the night for Florida. So
I think that third period
bounce back.
I think that third period was just so big for Edmonton to where it's like, I don't want to say they figured something out, but I mean, just totally dominating the third period, obviously forced overtime, but that really seemed to where, and you just can't count Edmonton out is what I'm figuring out right here. But it just seemed like in the third period, that's where we saw a different Edmonton to counter what Florida has been able to do. I don't know if that carries over, but I definitely think this is going to be a long series. I think we're going to have 7 games, and it's just going to be what we saw there with defense, just blow for blow, just back and forth. And now I think the tone is set. to where it's like, I mean, I don't. Edmonton's kind of in command right now, you know. I mean, obviously one game.
It's only one. Yeah, it's only one game. I mean, I'm expecting now that if they go to a two game advantage and they come back to Florida, I'm expecting the series to be tied. I expect Florida to win their games at home too. So
yeah.
And then you'll get that old saying like, well, we're not going to get the series starting until a road team gets a win here. So very damn good chance that it's going 7 games.
Yeah. I mean, I would think so. If that was any indication last night, I think that's what we're going to see, and it's going to be a lot of what we saw last night. I mean, I don't think that we're going to have 4-1 games or anything like that to where it's going to be this edge of your seat shit that we were watching. I thought we were going to have another overtime period. I mean, as this thing's going along and it's stopped.
Damn near what we 16, 17 minutes into it, right?
Yeah, it was I mean, there was less than a minute to go, wasn't it? And or 2 minutes, and boom, there we are. I'm like, man, yeah, that was good stuff. That was just a whole night from the softball all the way through to hockey. It was like edge of your seat viewing. I mean, really, it really was. It really was.
Again, don't be too spoiled, right? Because it's all going to come to a final halt here after the NHL, after the NHL finals, come to a halt, and then after the NBA finals come to a halt. Seeing your all's comments coming as well. Look, I don't know if the video is out there anymore, but it was surfacing at one point. It's not me and my wife, but sure, yeah, there is videos of a young Adam Wagner out there on the interwebs doing some nastiness. But again, all full transparency, not married at all. No, not even my wife in sight. So we weren't even talking at the moment or at that time.
You can find a young lad. You can
find it. It's out there. It is out there for sure. Let's see here where we want to go next. Oh, we do have the NBA Finals Game 1 tonight kicking off here. What's your thoughts on it?
Small markets. That's what seems to be coming up all the time. I like this matchup. I like the Thunder. I like SGA. I like Halliburton. I like the balance of the rosters. I like the depth. I like these rotations that we see from both of these. I think that we could get ourselves into possibly, I don't think this one's going to go 7 wags. This one could go 6. I think this one could go 6. I think Indiana's already being discounted because of the dominance that we've seen from Oklahoma City. But I think from a Rick Carlisle bunch, one thing that if you haven't determined it already, this Indiana team has a lot of fight and has a lot of freaking grit in them, and they're going to bring everything that they have right here to try to bring Indianapolis a championship. So there's a big part of my gut right now, and I do have a big gut, that tells me tonight could be a blowout for Oklahoma City to start the series, but I don't think that's a pattern that we're going to watch throughout the course of this final.
What makes you think that it'll be a blowout?
I just think that with
9.5 right now is the over, or is the line.
I think with home court advantage, with momentum, with rest, just with a surging Thunder team that we've been watching here, because they've really been exerting their dominance here as the playoffs have been going. I just think that they're going to come out with so much energy that I don't think they're going to run Indiana out of the gym, but I think that they may cover that. I think they may cover that.
I think the Pacers are playing on house money. The better squad's clearly Oklahoma, from top to bottom. I don't think the Pacers are phony. Like, I don't think they're a pretender. I think they're a legit squad. Look, they fought in New York tough last season, right? And of course, we all know that Josh Hart was worn down. Yep. But I mean, it says wonders to the character of the team when you do it twice or 2 years in a row. Well, they didn't beat them they did beat them last year.
Mm-hmm.
They beat them last year in the playoffs. The Celtics beat the Pacers, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, they were gritty last year. They were gritty this year. I think that goes to a testament to their character. And I don't want to sit there and count them out and say that they're a pretender of a squad because they've gotten this far. And when you got a guy that can run X's and O's like Carlisle, I don't want to say that they're out of it or they're a shell of themselves going up against a juggernaut like the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they just, I'm trying to go down the roster and match up. Like Siakam can't guard Chet. Right, like there's no way. And if he's supposed to be, if he was supposed to do what he did to Cat on what he's doing with Chet, I think Chet's gonna overextend him. And if he's trying to play in on the perimeter, Chet can step right by him. There's no way that Cat was supposed to be able to get by Siakam, and he was blown by him. So what's Chet gonna do, right? And then once they get that going, how do you stop Shea?
Yeah,
there's no way. And then
there's that guy. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's the primary. That's the primary. I was talking about the secondary or maybe hell, you find Dort in space too. There's a lot of things to cover with this team. And you want to talk about the answer could be the Pacers because they do play the ultimate team basketball, right? Yeah. But caveat to that is that the team defense on the flip side is probably the best team defense in the league right now, and that's the Thunder. So. I want to say that I'm with you. I want to say that this thing, I hope it goes at least 6, but there is a good chance that, you might be getting 5. You might be getting a gentleman's sweep. And I know that's usually the route that I go. It's just what I see. I see dominance, right? I see dominance on the paper. We'll see how it folds out on the floor.
And I think I kind of have the thought now with Indy with the Pacers, kind of what we were talking about with the Knicks in the last couple of series, to where, okay, you're going to have Brunson, but Cat has to do this, and all of this has to happen. And when they do it, they were really
SGA different. SGA is just a different ball player than Brunson. Like it's a different bag. It's
totally.
It's aggressive but silky smooth, right? Mm-hmm. Like Brunson's aggressive and raw.
Yep. And I think for the team thing, I think and Rick Carlisle really is to me the kind of the X factor right there to how he's going to draw shit up to be able to contain all of that, because I mean it's just so much over there. But it is going to have to be a continual okay, this has to happen, this has to happen, this has to happen. And when it doesn't, I think that's when Oklahoma City it'll just be a barrage. But I don't know, man.
I think Rick Carlisle. It won't just be Siakam on Chet either, on Chet too, right? So Turner will probably get drawn on Chet. I'm trying to think who Hartenstein will draw or will demand mostly, right? Hartenstein's not really that big of a contributor on offense, but the thing that he does well is he hogs boards. We know that, and he's just a demanding presence at the rim too, right? You still have to factor him in because you break down the defense there, and then you rotate over too strong, and then you leave him wide open for the goal. So he is a factor, probably like a fourth option on that offense for sure, with Dort probably coming in at the third after everything breaks down. And if there's not a perimeter shot from Chet at the line, then they swing it out one more hockey pass and hit Dort in space. That's usually what happened. Or if there's not a pass there from Dort, you hit Shea with a drive or a cut down the middle, and then the defense has to rotate over and play that. It's just well orchestrated half-court basketball, man. They're just really good. They play fundamentally sound, and then we already mentioned the defense on the other side, on the flip side of the court for them. It's going to be a tough feat for the Pacers, but if they're, like we just mentioned, if there is a coach to actually get this team orchestrated, it is Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, and I'm just excited in the sense that we're going to have a new champion. I like this parity that we're seeing. I mean, I like that it's different. I like that it's not the constant, the ratings thing is what we're going to keep reading everywhere about I don't care. The people in OKC and the people in Indianapolis are excited. That's their teams. That's great. Whatever. I think we're going to be treated to some really good basketball right here because of those factors. You just cannot discount or eliminate the Pacers. You can't. Sure. I mean, because we can look at it on paper, and everything tells me that Oklahoma City should just have their way with them, but they're not. Wags. They are not going to have their way with them. Indy's going to come out and they are going to be swinging.
As much as I want to see like great team basketball in this series go to 7, I think I'm more anticipating or more looking forward to seeing like the matchup, just the one-on-one matchup between Shea and Tyrese. Like I think this could be, if everybody's wondering if Halliburton has answered the call and has reached the next tier level, we'll see this. I mean, Halliburton, I don't think Halliburton's going to be drawn on SGA defensively, just because he, probably Carlisle wants to preserve him for the offensive side of the ball. But if there is a chance where we get to see some one-on-one between these two, that's just going to be a bonus and just a lot of the sugar on top of the cake here, man. Or the icing on top of the cake.
That's the whole thing. I mean, I think these two are going to showcase, and I hope they both have really, really good series, just so they are showcased. That way people know who they are, but I mean, this is kind of the new blood of NBA superstars. We're talking about different people right here. You've got an MVP right now, and then you've got another dude that could be an MVP, and hopefully these guys, get out there and show out. And just play good. The Oklahoma City defense is the one thing, as that has gotten better. That's really the one thing where I think when it comes down to it, it's just too much. It's just going to be too much for them. But I think we will have a good series.
Who you got tonight? The line is 9.5 in favor of Oklahoma.
I think Oklahoma City is going to win tonight, Wags, and I think
they cover that.
I think they cover that. Yeah. I think we see a pretty inspired Oklahoma City start with a run from Indiana, maybe start of the third quarter, and then it just goes into lockdown mode on defense with Oklahoma City, and they'll finish this thing out, probably win and cover that. That's merely my opinion. Don't put any money on that because I don't want to cost you money if I'm wrong. But how about yourself?
I think the Pacers cover. I think Oklahoma City does win, but I do not think it will be between 9.5. I think maybe 6, 7, somewhere around that ballpark.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we got to tell you, there's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's right, Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney, and he is right here in the capital city. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom, and that's the thing about it with Hurricane Hecht. He's aggressive in court when he is working for you, but at the same time, he's compassionate with clients. Ryan knows that what you're going through, that's a lot. It's a whole heck of a lot. So he's going to be aggressive when he has to, not with you, but he's going to fight like hell to make your situation right. Whether you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, one of those things, he's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. He's a friend of the show, a friend of BK's. He's a fighter for the people. He's a man of the people, like my man Adam Wagner. You hear us talking about him this week, and we are proud that he is a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. These things get really, really tough when you see these guys jumping on cars and swinging 2x4s like Hacksaw Duggan and all these different things, because those big insurance companies, they're going to come at you when you are in one of these situations. They're going to try to settle. They're going to try to do what's best for their clients, and they may talk you into that, but not if you're dealing with Hurricane Hecht, because he is going to work for you. He's the real deal, smart, tough, and relentless. Call Hurricane Hecht today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Love that from the Hurricane, man. Here's the story from the Hurricane right here. Ravens give Rashad Bateman 3 years worth $36.75 extended.
Only money.
Worth it, Rodney. They brought in Nuke Hopkins. Bateman's got, everybody that's watched the Ravens knows that Bateman's got speed, right? Bateman's got speed, and I would say that with the struggles that Flowers had in his rookie year, Bateman might have the sure hands. No. Let me walk that back. Nuke's probably got the sure hands, right? With the magnificent catches and crazy ass catches we've seen Hopkins pull off, right? Just the speed and the separation hasn't been there for Hopkins. Keep Bateman around, because Bateman is a nice piece. He's a nice piece in that wide receiver room. You just got to know how to involve him more, right? I thought you saw that start to come to fruition and start to develop a little bit more as the season got into the latter stages for the Ravens. They just went with what they knew during the AFC championships, which rightfully so, right? You don't want to take your experimental plays going down, and especially against the Steelers.
Got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Exactly, right, man. So in my opinion, I think they play the smart moves. They do the smart moves here, and they also develop in the offseason with these guys, these speedsters like Rashad Bateman. Is he worth the $12.6 million a year?
I think Lamar Jackson will say yes.
Or 12.8, excuse me, 12.8 million.
And I tend to agree because now you've got your bell cow running back that, and again, you own the rushing attack that opens up the pass, and that gives Lamar another weapon right here because they're this close, man. They are this close. Is this going to push them over the top? I don't know, because Buffalo's right there with him too. But I think this is just yet another insurance policy for Lamar Jackson.
Thank you. I misspoke. It was Buffalo instead of the Steelers. Thank you.
Yeah. No, that's the thing right there to where, I mean, it really is that arms race to where you got the Ravens and Buffalo. I mean, they're right here, and Kansas City's still here. I guess.
Is that where we're at? Or do we have Kansas City ahead of Buffalo?
I think they're Kansas City's kind of right
just
here.
By default. Just by default, is Kansas City ahead of Buffalo?
Just the fact that you can't beat them. I mean, you just can't beat them.
But we know we've seen the talent on Buffalo, right? Like I almost want to argue and sit here and say that Buffalo's got more talent than Kansas City. Kansas City's just got the championship pedigree.
I think that was totally the case last year. I think Buffalo was a better team last year. We saw Kansas City struggle a lot of the season.
All season long.
Yeah.
All season long. And then they got their shit together right when they needed it.
Yeah. It's like you're waiting for them to bottom out. And when we get to that AFC championship game, I'm like, okay, I don't care where it's being played. I mean, the better team is going to win. And they didn't. They still couldn't. So I don't know, man. But Buffalo and the Ravens, man, they're this
Lamar
close.
and Bateman have some pretty good chemistry, so that helps Lamar, says Steven. Chiefs have only Andy Reid and Buffalo does not. Oh, good fair point. Good fair point.
I mean, that's a very good point. I mean, and that's you can't change that. Wags, I just saw something come across right here. Being reported on Twitter, and it looks like it's confirmed. Over to the Texas baseball side, it looks like we saw this guy not getting some of the run in the series that we thought he should. Sophomore outfielder Tommy Farmer has entered the transfer portal.
Okay,
for Texas. So
that was kind of figured. Gotcha.
Something was going on. Something was going on. That's when the playing time kind of changed there. And yeah, Rodney, who are Buffalo's receivers. So I think that's one of the things right there where Baltimore goes out. Rodney Smith, that is. Baltimore goes out and they add one. So yeah, because I do think that Buffalo's. I mean that the Baltimore's looking over at Buffalo and they're like, that's what
Buffalo's got. Buffalo's got Amari Cooper, right? They got Coleman. They got Shakir. They got Shakir too. Shakir's pretty damn nasty as well. But again, I agree with I'm kind of on point with what Rodney's saying here because it does feel like just a mixed bag of we'll throw these guys out here and see if these projects work, right? There's not really established names. Like even though like is Rashawn Bateman an established name? No, but this could be a deal or maybe a growth or a developmental portion of his period where it sets him up on the next platter, maybe a paramount year to where he has producing all pro numbers, if that. Yeah. I don't think that's the case. I think Flowers is still the guy, but this is one hell of a key cog to keep on your roster so he can't hurt you down on some other team.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. With Farmer, I kind of see that one taking off right there as we break that. I mean, it is you're going to see attrition. I mean, you've got a hell of a core that is due to come back, but you're going to see that, and I think that this is where we're going to get to see Jim Schlossnagle go out and attack the portal, to where I think before. And apparently that was something with David Pierce, where it's like not attacking the portal the way that you need to, or the way that we want to, or whatever. Well, here's your chance. You just made another run and you came up short after being ranked number one a majority of the season.
Talk to me, Goose. I didn't see this on the pipe. What's going on?
Shortstop from Maryland. I'm not sure.
From the Terps or actually from like Maryland high school baseball? Because I know Gilman's got a stud. There's a few people from Gilman. Gilman's a private school. And McDonough's a private school as well. They got some studs inside Baltimore too. I got to look into that. I didn't know that was happening. Yeah. Thank you for the enlightenment there. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a dude. I didn't know if he was entering the transfer portal or not. Terps. Yeah, there's a nasty shortstop that Maryland had on the Terps, but I didn't know if we were actually recruiting anybody from the land of Maryland or not. So yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I honestly have interest in it because I played high school baseball in Maryland. So
So
it'd be cool to see if there was a connection coming here to Texas.
Yeah. So currently, according to our man Eric Henry, 24/7 Sports, third baseman are Sam Richardson, Matt Scott, Donovan Jordan, left-handed pitcher Chance Covert, Ace Whitehead. Remember that name?
Yeah.
Ace Whitehead in the portal, and now Tommy Farmer. So you are seeing a little bit of exodus there to where it's going to become one of those things to where these guys are like, I want to play.
Some tough outs though, right? Did
Yeah,
Whitehead not get his tough outs in clutch times?
He did. That one kind of sucks right here. I do think Richardson is a guy where if he's yes,
and I get it. These guys want to play now, right?
That's the thing. That's a thing, and that's where I think this program.
I don't know if it's much of a fallout. I think they just want to play right now.
They want to play. Yeah, that's what it's all about, because you don't have that extra. You don't have those COVID year layovers and all that stuff that they've been dealing with for all these other years. I mean, now it's like you got a very small amount of time and you want to play. You want to go somewhere where you can play right now, not 2 years down the road. So you're going to see this, but at the same time, that's where I think you go and you attack the portal as much as you can with the kid from Maryland or wherever it may be, and start bolstering, because you are going to have this happening, because you're at a good level. You're at a very good level right now. But not surprised that this is going on. It's part of climbing that ladder, brother. That is part of.
Sir. Where do you want to get to next? The guys still waiting on the guys to get in.
We spun the wheel. Don't forget, ladies tonight. So here's your chance.
Now it could be over tonight.
Could be over. So I'm assuming that we see Mac Morgan. I'm assuming it's going to be Miss Mac on the hill tonight. Hopefully we see a duplicate performance right there, and hopefully Texas is able to get those bats moving, get a lead, establish yourself, play solid defense, and bring that first softball championship to the 40 acres. That'd be really, really cool to see.
Trying to look up this guy, Hackapin, from what high school he went to. Potomac. Oh, no. Excuse me. I'm sorry. He's academy guy. He's an academy guy. Winston Churchill High School from Potomac, Maryland.
Damn.
Yeah. So the dude, he can play some ball. He's a stud. That's a known prominent baseball school in Maryland. So is, I didn't want to sit here and try and sound braggadocious, but so is my high school. My high school from like 1989 to 1997 won states.
Nice.
It's
awesome.
One hell of a run. Like, those boys can play ball. Little League World Series, made it to the regionals for Little League World Series. It's a baseball town. Brunswick, Maryland is right outside of Frederick, Maryland, in Frederick County. So,
yeah.
Wanted to give a shout out today.
Top 5 tomorrow. Again, top 5 beers. Wags and I will rank those.
Top 5 beers.
Maybe a little talk tomorrow. Maybe a little CWS preview. Talk about this bracket that's still left. We've got some outliers in there. Kind of have some surprises. That's what makes college baseball so great. And of course, hopefully, we will be celebrating a national championship for Texas softball. And of course, we'll break down hockey and the NBA as we welcome in our man Jordan. How you doing, brother?
Did you see the girls last night, Jordan?
I did not. I did not watch it. I don't know. Dealing with a puppy and the first official visit weekend.
How's your first child?
It's good. It's good. He's actually he's been pretty good. Not the first puppy I've been around to raise, I guess. Like, I had dogs growing up, but
yeah, but this is your
the first
dog.
one that's like my responsibility. Right. You are correct.
So this is, if I recount correctly, this is you and the lady, right? You guys are puppying. So how is that?
Rodney, it's his first child.
His first child. Is it getting to where, well, you were gonna feed him? Well, no, you were gonna feed him. Okay, all right.
No, I'm usually the one who wakes up early, and I'll let him out. He's still peeing and pooping in the crate like every other night, so I'm dealing with that too. But
yeah, well, that's
no, it's been about what I expected. It's not the end of the world. So
no, it's good.
Yeah. Will, did you watch the softball game last night?
I did. Softball game,
guys.
Brother, I think you just got to let it out of the crate and just let it find its soul. Like, just let it pee. It's gonna pee. You just got to have the resolve ready. And
Jordan, you know how you teach him how to pee? You go out and you piss outside with him.
So so he's not bullshitting. That's what I did. But of course we have a yard. Jordan doesn't have that. Look, Jordan's in a public complex, Rodney. So here's what you do though. Like you take the treats. Here, this is what worked for me. I would always have treats in my hand, right? And when we would go outside, when I would notice that the dog probably has to piss because it squirms, right? As soon as it goes out, if it's a girl or a boy, whatever it is, good girl or good boy, as soon as it pisses, right? Just constant rewards, right? So that way it triggers, oh my God, if I piss in this grass, I'm going to get something. You know what I mean? And immediately instant gratification because their memory, well, they do have decent memory, but usually, man, as soon as that happens, just boom, 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 tons of treats. It's going to cost. It sucks. You'll pay a pretty penny in treats for a couple of months, but still, man, it's worth it.
Yeah, luckily we have an older dog, so that makes it a lot easier for
follows
the example. But yeah, no, he's been good. I mean, he's 9 weeks old and he knows how to sit already, and is working on lay down. So we're figuring it out.
Excellent.
Love it, gents. What's on the agenda? What's up?
A lot of football recruiting stuff.
Right on.
So yeah.
Got official visits this weekend, and we've got another little camp tomorrow. So
excellent,
an interesting one. A little.
Pack your lunch. Let's get ready for camp, boys.
Yeah,
that's it. Looking forward to it, guys.
We'll see you.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. What's up, Patrick? Jake Bayless, Double D. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Will, unless you have anything you want to hit on specifically from the softball game.
Actually, I do.
All right,
I do.
Let's do it.
Because I have seen something that I would have never seen in a big-time baseball game. And I'm not saying it's for better or for worse, but because of the way that softball pitchers pitch and the rhythm that they have, it's a little bit harder to intentionally walk someone. This girl for Tech, I'm not going to say the name. I don't want to butcher it. Jari Bet. Yeah, and there I go.
Candy?
Yes, I was trying to get the first name, but that was probably a little bit much. She's just dealing all night. Like, really, I mean, a better rhythm than I've ever seen from a baseball pitcher. Like, it's just, you can tell she's not losing steam at all. Every pitch is 70, and she's in the zone, and she goes up 2-0, and it's just like the muscle memory refuses to let her, throw any more balls. And, that huge double to take the lead. What a win by Texas. That was the first time I had ever watched a softball game all the way through. And I left very impressed. And I had the Stanley Cup on the other TV, and that was a good game, but I can't stand hockey.
Yeah. Hey, who is in the Stanley Cup?
Edmonton and Florida. The Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Went to overtime last night and ended with about 45 seconds left in overtime. Having a full 20-minute period after the 60 minutes that I just watched was, oh man, that was a rough watch. That's not half of hockey right there. With intermission, their intermissions are 20 minutes each. They're just like NFL halftimes. So start to end, it's like you've been here all night,
Yeah, I've never been into hockey. Been to one hockey game in person in my life. It was the Austin Stars playing at the Cedar Park Center, or I think they're Texas Stars. I don't know. Anyways, saw that, and then the most hockey I've ever watched in my life. Used to go to Chicago in the summers, I guess. And my mom went to high school in that area. She grew up moving around, but a lot of her friends from high school still live down there. And we were there around this time in the year when the Chicago Blackhawks are really good, and they were all really into it because they're in the Stanley Cup finals or whatnot. But yeah, I will not be tuning into that. Maybe if it was like the Dallas Stars and I had a drink in my hand in American Airlines Center, but outside of that, I'm not.
I heard something interesting that it is only the second time. Jake Bayless just brought this up. It is a repeat of last year's finals. It's only the second time in the last 40 years that that's happened. There's been back-to-back. Like, think of how many there's been in all other sports in the last 40 years. With the NBA, you have just in the last 15 years, you have the Warriors and Cavs twice because they did it 4 years in a row. And then right before them, you had the Heat and the Spurs. In the NFL, did we see it with Denver and Seattle 2 years in a row?
I don't remember. I can't remember for the NFL. But, I mean,
trying to think,
49ers and Chiefs played each other multiple times, but it wasn't back-to-back.
It's got to be back-to-back, yeah.
It's definitely happened, though, I feel like at least once in our lifetime. But yeah, I don't know. Want to hop into some recruiting stuff?
I do. And I actually have a lead story because we had, something happen last night. Something that, we had been expecting for a few days now, especially after Mark Bowman committed to USC, Texas' top target, the number one tight end in the country. All the rumor and innuendo about what he's getting paid there has kind of run rampant over the last week or so, I guess 6 days. And Texas is making some moves at the tight end side. They stayed in California, actually. They just went down the road, about 40 miles down the road from Mater Dei to Corona Centennial to offer Q Brown. Q Brown didn't have really any tight end offers until May 1st. He is primarily a defensive end at his high school, had about 5 sacks last year, a good amount of tackles, and only had 1 reception, but has kind of, I believe, gone through the camp circuit and spring ball as a tight end. And, Texas is far from the only school that has noticed that development. Maryland, Cal, San Diego State, and then USC. USC offered about 3 weeks ago, had scheduled an official visit with him. And then Texas offered him on Saturday night. So it seemed like, Texas and USC were going to be the two. Q had planned to cancel an official visit to Boise State and put Texas in that same weekend. And that is eventually what he did. But after speaking with him late last night after that news came out, it seems like Texas may now only be the only official visit. USC has very understandably, not been in touch with him over the last few days since Mark Bowman committed. So Texas may not have any competition if Q Brown has a committable offer by the time he's on campus on June 20th. I would highly imagine that he ends up in the class. And at this point, it's looking very likely that he does, unless another tight end is added to this official visit schedule. I find it really hard to believe that Q Brown will not be a part of the class, because we know that Caden Prothro is, he's the number one option right now, but he's going to be a really tough get when you look at, Georgia and some of the other contenders here. I'm not sure that Texas is really near the top, but obviously that could change. We saw what USC just did to get a guy that they weren't leading for. And yes, they're going to get made fun of and say that they need to do things like that. But Texas also does things like that. Texas also makes Godfather offers, and this is going to be the time when you only have 3 tight ends scheduled, and one of them is, seen by some as someone that can't even play tight end at the next level. And the other one is Q Brown, who only has 1 reception ever.
Yeah.
Tight end. So will be very interesting to see that. And also something to note, he is the son of UFC fighter Travis Brown, fought in the UFC for about 10 years, 19-7-1 or something like that. And the stepson of Ronda Rousey, who is, in my eyes, the most prolific women's combat sport athlete ever. So really looking forward to being at the airport for the official visit. I would like to meet Ronda Rousey. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's just funny. Yeah, we're not going to write anything bad about your son.
No,
Mr. Brown and Mrs. Rousey or Brown. I don't know.
I think she's still Rousey. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be stupid to change it with the marketing stuff there. But, yeah, we won't be writing anything bad about y'all's son. We can tell you that because you will kick our asses. this is a great way to start because tight end is arguably the biggest question mark for Texas recruiting right now. These are the 3 tight ends they've scheduled to officially visit. Hezzy Kent out of Brunswick. I'm pretty sure it's Kiave Brown is how you say it. I'm not sure. You talk to him, so you might know better than me.
You know how I am with names like those.
All right, I'll hit up someone from the West Coast who will have the answer on the pronunciation, but we'll call him Kiave for now. But Kiave Brown out of Centennial, and then Caden Protho out of Bowden, Georgia. Hezzy Kent. A lot of people are curious, why is he ranked as a tight end? He's 6'5", 300 pounds. He's not 300 pounds anymore. He's probably somewhere in the 280s. But every single school that's still in their recruitment that's getting an official visit from him has told him, hey, you are playing tight end. And I mean, this is a kid who was weighed in at 315 pounds on a visit last fall. 315 pounds. And he had over I think it was 1,100 all-purpose yards, 800-something receiving yards, 200 or 300-something rushing yards. They used him as a wildcat quarterback because who wants to tackle his 6'5", 300-plus pound big ass? No one, right? So he's had a bit of a body transformation this offseason. Like I said, he's lost weight, but he was 310 pounds last fall and was – had 1,000-plus all-purpose yards at 300-plus pounds. Like, this is an elite athlete, elite specimen. Yes, it's not going to look pretty because he is a bigger guy, but, guys like this don't come around every cycle. It's very rare, and he's a very unique prospect, a one-of-one. I've never seen anything like that, and he's also a great basketball player. Like a lot of tight ends, a great basketball player. Was top 10 in his, or actually top 5 in his classification in Georgia in points and rebounds, and was like the 23rd leading scorer in the state of Georgia altogether, and like the, I think, 12th leading rebound or something like that. Like a really good basketball player. So with him, if he goes to Texas, he is playing tight end, or at least is starting his Texas career as a tight end, just like he would with the other schools he's looking at: Florida, Georgia Tech, Florida State. And those programs. So with him, he is playing tight end. It's not an offensive tackle or athlete take. It is a true tight end take. Just want to make that clear because people see the weight and they're like, there's no way this dude can do it. Now, what type of tight end will he be? Likely the inline type, the guy who's primarily a blocker, kind of what Juan Davis served in last year. But you can develop him as a pass catcher. If he was doing what he did as a junior at 310 pounds, there's something that you can make work. I'm not afraid at all of his transition because he's going to have plenty of time. They signed Nick Townsend last year, Jordan Washington the year before. Imari Winston had a better spring and is a better player than I think anyone in Austin originally anticipated, and definitely better than I anticipated. So he's one to watch. Then they're battling Florida for him. That's kind of the main competition. So he's kind of, I think, the Texas staff would definitely prefer Caden Protho over him. But if we're being realistic, Hezzy Kent is the guy. He's the number one guy, and they can't miss on him. Kiave Brown, like you said, that one is like all the signs are starting to point to Texas. Whenever Greg Biggins reported he picked up an offer from Texas a few weeks ago, he also reported that he'd been in communication for a few weeks. So it's not like Jeff Banks just popped up out of nowhere and called him and that was that. Like they had been building a relationship prior to the point where once the offer came about, Greg Biggins said Texas and USC have been the top 2 for several weeks, and Texas was in the top 2 without offering. USC now is Mark Bowman. They're still trying to get another tight end on campus besides Kiave Brown, and like you said, we'll see if his OV to USC even happens, but all the signs are starting to point Texas here. And as far as the player goes, the school he's currently at, Centennial, it's kind of one of those prospect factories. This is where Husan Longstreet, the 5-star quarterback from last cycle that flipped from A&M to USC, this is where he went. But Kiave Brown was not there last year. I forget the school, but he was at one of the regular public schools in the Los Angeles area, not like the prep factories, whatever you want to call it. And due to his team's need, they moved him from playing this jumbo receiver role, which he played as a sophomore, to playing edge as a junior. And that's why he ended up playing edge and barely any tight end. Now, transfers into Corona Centennial, they stick him at tight end. That's what he works at this spring. and all these offers start coming in, because a lot of people don't understand this. 90% of tight end recruiting is just finding someone that is 6'3", 6'4", and is a functional athlete, because there's very few body types that are like genuinely easy to project. Mark Bowman, a Caden Proto, you can do that in your sleep, but like Gunnar Helm was not a projectable NFL player out of high school. He was not.
Yeah.
Spencer Shannon, like I've seen some folks on Twitter being like, why would Texas take this kid? He has one career reception as a tight end. Spencer Shannon had 7 in 3 years at Modern Day, because all he was an inline blocker, and they ran a ton of 12 personnel, so they never threw him the ball. Like, it's the same thing, if not a better situation than Spencer Shannon. He's a better athlete than Spencer Shannon, I can say that, has better bloodlines, and kind of has a similar frame. Spencer Shannon's about 6'7", 220. Keave Brown, 6'5", 220, making that, transition from edge to tight end. But I really like the take if they end up taking him. It's a great floor-setting take, and you look at the rest of the tight end room, he's going to have a lot of time to develop and, really turn into a difference maker. And then Caden Prothro, kind of the belle of the ball at about in Georgia, small town kid from West Georgia. There's like less than 1,000 people that live in that town. Very similar kind of vibes to Justice Terry, soft-spoken, very respectful, impossible to get a hold of for the most part. And he actually, the district that his school plays in, Bowden, it's the same district as Manchester. So he has actually been playing Justice Terry for several years. I don't know if they're friends or have a relationship or whatnot, but Prothro is an awesome, absolutely awesome prospect. Yes, Mark Bowman is labeled as his generational tight end. Prothro is not too far behind. Every bit of 6'6", 210. Is probably the best true receiving tight end I've seen, not named Mark Bowman. Some schools are even pitching him to play literally X receiver, outside receiver. Georgia, Florida, they're pitching that. And those have kind of been the main two. Auburn is also in there, and then the 2 other schools are Bama and Texas. And I'd say if I had to rank them in terms of who I think is most likely, I'd go Georgia, Florida, Auburn. And Georgia, I actually heard it in talking with folks in Under Armour Atlanta. I think I've talked about this, but each school has kind of a budget for each target or each position group they're trying to recruit. Georgia has no budget for Caden Prothro. If he doesn't go to Georgia, it's because he's taking a pay cut elsewhere. They will do whatever it takes to get him, and I fully believe that's still on the table after they missed out on Mark Bowman. So that being said, this isn't going to be one where Texas can just hit him in the face with a bag. Georgia's going to play ball there too. So they're really going to have to win him over and seal the deal. It'll be a challenge, but hey, we've seen Texas pull some rabbits out of their ass before. We'll see if they can do it again. He has been to campus in April, so this visit will be his second ever time on campus. So, it's better than it being his first, but you look at the other schools in the top 4, he's been to all 4 of those programs at least 3 times on unofficials. So Texas, they're behind the curve here. They're also geographically the only school that isn't in driving distance for him. So they're kind of a wild card in it, and he's very quiet, doesn't do a ton of interviews. So gathering info is hard, but the consensus for the longest time has been that he's Georgia's to lose, and still believe that. So if Texas was to get him, it would be awesome. Trust me, I love me some Nick Townsend. I think I'm the leader of the Nick Townsend fan club and have been, but Caden Prothro would unseat Nick Townsend as the best tight end prospect this staff has signed at Texas. So really intriguing group here. They're going to have to hit on, Hezzy Kent. I personally think that Keave Brown is a good take, but if he ends up as the lone tight end in the class or the best tight end in the class, you have problems just because he is the developmental guy that needs years. So best case scenario from looking at these 3 official visitors, Hezzy Kent and Keave Brown. They also want to.
And yeah, we could, we had a couple stories last week. You had one and I had one about kind of where Texas stood with tight end targets. If Hezzy Kent ends up going somewhere else, I think we see some Texas, circle back with someone probably late in June. And I'm not sure if Hezzy Kent has a commitment date planned.
He does. It's I think 4th of July. Well, we have it on his profile.
So if it's
July 12th.
July 12th, Texas will very likely know before then if they're the team or not. Will they know before official visit season's over? I don't think so. So if they don't land him, if he does end up, closer to home or at a place like Miami, then there's probably 2 or 3 guys that we can circle as who would be kind of the premier tight end in this class, ahead of Brown. I think Max Sutter out of Dunlap, Illinois, is one to watch. I think J.C. Anderson, also out of Illinois. Luke Sorensen was a guy that they looked at California early in the spring, but it really has never seemed like that was going to be a thing. Zach Turner out of Duncanville has been mentioned, but again, I don't think he's really the tight end that you can build around in this class. Kevin Sullivan out of Rockhurst in Kansas City. I really think, although he does not have, he's the number 53 tight end in the country. I think he's even higher than Keoye Brown, or they're right next to each other. But Kevin Sullivan, man, he's got some great film on him, and he comes from, Rockhurst has developed some phenomenal prospects over the last few years. Had a chance to cover them quite a bit when I was up in the Midwest. I think that'd be a great name. He's kind of blown up as of late. You see right there, he was at Kansas last weekend. He's headed to Iowa State tomorrow. He's got Vandy. He's got Missouri. Texas is going to have to, get one of these OVs moved if they push with him now, but it doesn't seem like they're going to push with him now. It seems like any kind of tight end movement, these will be the 3 guys for all of June. Of course, they'll push for Mark Bowman to get on campus, but that is not going to happen at this point. So it's these 3 guys, I would say, until July 12th. If Hezi Kent ends up somewhere else, I just gave you about 5 names. Could Texas, is it possible that they get back involved? They were never really in the mix for a guy like Kendra Harrison or even Brock Harris. Those are going to be 2 that are super hard to get out of where they're committed to, Oregon and BYU respectively. But this might be
neither of those are happening. They're not getting Kendra.
There's going to be darts thrown at the wall, is what I'm saying here.
Is
when you have an 87 3-star as the only guy, come July, there are going to be some they're going to go 1 through 10 of tight ends ranked in the country and hit them up. That's how I feel, and I think that's how it's going to go.
Yeah. Hey, still think it'll end up being a mistake if Texas doesn't go after Javian Martin. Think he's an NFL player, draft pick one day. Arkansas is getting a steal. Top-ranked tight end in the state over Zach Turner, over anyone, and is fully deserving of it. So still think that's an option. At this point, with him being a local kid that still hasn't picked up an offer, I kind of doubt Texas is actually going to look at him as a senior eval. But again, I think it is a mistake, and I think 4 or 5 years from now, everyone will be like, "Oh, how did Texas not recruit this kid?" So there's that, and also like he's smaller than Hezi Kent, but kind of a similar profile where their bodies need a lot of work and they're going to need time to reshape their bodies to be playable in the SEC. But man, Javian Martin, I love that kid. 4-year starter at Pflugerville in basketball and football, and has been like has been first team all district in basketball 2 years in a row, but I think he might have been like co-MVP this year. But great kid, great player, and kid I'm really rooting for. Want to turn the page a little bit to kind of some scatter shooting recruiting stuff. Wrote a story last night on Horns 24/7. Go check it out if you got time. Scatter shooting recruiting notes. In case you haven't read it, I'm going to get into it, kind of summarize it real quick. So Corey Wells, who is a top 247 defensive lineman out of Petal, Mississippi. Going to put him up on the screen right here. Hasn't been a name that's super popular for Texas fans. He did take an unofficial visit to Texas in April, so he has been on campus before, and he will be on campus this weekend as an official visitor. Scheduled it just a few days ago, and now Texas joins the official visit list of Ole Miss, Auburn, and Mississippi State. He already saw Ole Miss at the end of May, beginning of June. He's currently at Auburn right now. That visit will be ending sometime today, and then he'll be flying into Austin tomorrow. And then I'll close things out with Mississippi State the final weekend. Tennessee and I think it might be Alabama. They're trying to get in here. They offered him late in either April or May. So I would not be shocked if one of those programs gets an official visit during his open weekend, that June 13th through 15th weekend. And classic kind of SEC D-line target, 6'5", 300 pounds, checks every box, height, length, arm length, wingspan, hand size. Like, he does it all. And kind of this the perfect embodiment of the fact that these body types, these types of athletes only come from one part of the country. He's in small town Mississippi. So this seems like back in the Bo Davis days, this would have been like Texas's number one D-line target as the number 170 overall prospect in the country. But, man, at this point, I mean, I think there's like 5 or 6 guys ranked ahead of him that Texas is in on and is legit for. So we'll see with him. There's no doubt in my mind that if he tried to commit this weekend, Texas would tell him yes and would welcome him in with open arms. But not a ton of info here. So curious to see what happens. As of right now, Ole Miss is kind of looked at as a favorite. They've been looked at as a favorite. He's an in-state kid for them. And then Auburn's running second, apparently. But, I mean, hey, you can't ever count out Ole Miss or State for an in-state Mississippi kid. You just can't ever do that. So while State might seem behind, it would not shock me at all if he ended up there. Jeff Lebby and them, they've made some interesting ads, some interesting evals, but hey, they're still an in-state Mississippi school that holds weight with in-state Mississippi kids. What else is there? Jermaine Carlton, a longtime Texas edge target. He is visiting Texas this weekend on an unofficial. And then he will have A&M next weekend and Baylor June 20th through 22nd to close it out before announcing a commitment on July 10th. For him, put in a crystal ball actually a year ago to today. That's how long that prediction has been in for Texas. Put it in, I think it was 2 days after Texas offered him at the elite camp. And all the intel that led to that prediction, basically, I knew Jermaine Carlton was a Texas offer, a Texas target waiting to happen. Someone at Temple sent me his stuff as a freshman, and I'm like, yeah, there's no way Texas doesn't recruit this kid. So started asking around people in a circle, people at Temple about a year before Texas offered, hey, where's the dream school? If he has every offer in America, where do you think he goes? Every single person said Texas. So, I threw in the pick early. It was a low confidence, only 5, and I'm holding on that until I know definitively it is not going to be Texas. So that's kind of the deal there. Source I spoke with yesterday said that Jermaine Carlton is incredibly open and that he doesn't even think that Jamari knows, kind of where he's leaning because the school in front changes almost every day. So it's a very fluid recruitment. Texas still very much has a shot to be the leader again this spring. The schools in the recruitment have kind of taken turns having momentum, but hey, Texas, they're still in this thing. They still have a shot, and they still can very much win this recruitment. Carlton did put out a top 5 yesterday of LSU, Texas, Texas Tech, Baylor, and I think that's 5. Yeah, that's 5. Or in Texas A&M. And I talked to my source about an hour before that, asked who's in consideration. They said every school on that list except for Tech. So not really seeing the Red Raiders as a big threat. Asked, do you still think he's going to stay in state no matter what? The answer was yes. And they expect it to be Texas, Texas A&M, or Baylor. So those are the 3 visits left, 3 big ones. And then, he'll make a decision July 10th. But just want to clarify, Texas can still very much get him. It is possible. Mikey Bukaskis, the Prosper punter, however you say it. We got punter scoop over here at the Texas Sports Unfiltered. You won't get this anywhere else. Will, you're on mute. But
Bukakis. Here, I gotta give it to you every day.
All good. Bukakis. So talked to a source in Prosper yesterday. I'm like, hey, he posted a Clemson offer on Tuesday night. Do you still think this is going to be a done deal to Texas? Because the source told me, hey, Jeff Banks offered. They became the number 1, school in the recruitment right away. And it's looking like he's going to announce a commitment to Texas on his official visit this weekend. Clemson offers, hey, do you still think he is potentially going to announce a commitment to Texas on the OV this weekend? I don't know, man. That Clemson offer changes things. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, he's the Tim Tebow of punters. That's how he was described to me. And is very devout in his faith, reads the Bible every day. And it is very easy to see him fitting into Dabo Swinney's program at Clemson. So is Texas going to have to look other ways at punter? There's a chance. Still trying to figure that out. I believe he's still scheduled to OV this weekend, and it's still possible they could get him. But Clemson has made the punter recruitment a lot more interesting. We'll see what happens because Texas, they need to take a punter ahead of the 2026 season. Jack Baumeister is the lone scholarship punter this season, and he's out of eligibility after this season. So either adding a scholarship punter from the high school or portal ranks, it's something that needs to be done before the 2026 season. And then real quick, some underclassmen offensive line notes. Jai Storm Knight, he's a kid out of Converse Dutson, the 2028 class that's gone viral for being 6'8", 340 pounds and a varsity starter as a freshman. He apparently told folks on the Texas visit, like the Texas staff, that, hey, guys, I'm not leaving the state. I'm staying in state. I want to be close to home, close to my grandparents. So, y'all do what y'all want with that information. A source I spoke with, is very high on the chances of Jai Storm Knight eventually becoming a Texas commit. It's a long way to go. He is a 2028, but if he's staying in state and Kyle Flood is still in Austin for the next few years like we expect, they're going to have a great shot there. Caden Scott, he's another offensive tackle from the San Antonio area, goes to San Antonio Roosevelt, is just inside the top 100 of the 2027 class, and is one of like the 4 or 5, I would say, elite offensive tackles in state in 2027. He told the media he's down, or not down to, but his top 2 are Texas and Texas A&M. Far from making a decision, but in talking with the source in San Antonio, they fully expect the decision to come down to those 2, and they lean Texas. I've talked to several people in San Antonio about Caden Scott over the last few months, and I've actually had the exact same thing told to me by every single person, that they think it's Texas versus Texas A&M. They lean Texas. Parents really like the academic part of Texas, the business school, and how much they've talked about that already with him just being a 27 kid. So they're one to watch there. And at this point, amongst the 5-6 offensive tackles they've offered in state in 2027, I would say we feel best about Caden Scott ending up at Texas out of all those names. And then Zayden Krempin, another Prosper Eagle. I had reported this on the show a few weeks ago. A source close to that recruitment said it was Texas and LSU at the top, A&M and Michigan running behind. That is the top 4, those 4 schools. He officially visited LSU this past weekend, and they've only improved their standing. So they're slightly ahead of Texas right now. Texas will get their shot the June 13th through 15th weekend. And the source that I spoke with him again yesterday, told me, hey, they think it's Texas. They think they'll win out, but they're going to need to have just as good of an OV, if not better than what LSU had this past weekend. So Texas aiming high there. He is listed as a guard prospect. He wants to play tackle in college. Schools are telling him we'll have the chance to play tackle in college, but if Zayden Krempin ends up at Texas, he's going to be playing guard or center. He will not be playing tackle unless some injuries happen. So there's that. And then he also has OVs to Michigan, A&M. They would really have to absolutely crush those to be on the same level as LSU and Texas in Krempin's mind. So there's that. And then Jermaine Bishop talked to a source in Willis yesterday. Jermaine Bishop, whenever he committed at his high school, whenever I was there, I asked him, hey, you still going to take these other OVs? You got Houston, you got USC. He paused for about 4 or 5 seconds and said, yeah, I'm still going to take them. That gave off the vibe that he hadn't thought about that until I asked him. And I think I kind of reported it's likely they either get eventually canceled or he no-shows. According to a source in Willis, they have been canceled. His only OV will be to Texas. Going to be there the June 20th through 22nd weekend. Chris Stewart, Diabell, Nick Robertson, Max Wright, all those guys will be there. So should be a good weekend at the end of the month. And then Bo Jandro, He's a linebacker out of Arizona, 3-star, visiting Texas on an official this weekend. It'll be his first ever time in Austin. Johnny Nansen and him have kind of known each other for a minute. Nansen did talk to him at some points when he was at Arizona. He is an in-state kid. That's kind of the connection there. But Jandro has a twin brother named Nico who is committed to Oklahoma. He committed to Oklahoma the day before Texas offered his brother, Bo. So that's a really interesting thing. Bo is going to take an OV to Texas this weekend, Oregon next weekend, and then Oklahoma last. Source I spoke with thinks it's pretty much Oklahoma's recruitment to lose, and that he will end up committing to Oklahoma at the end of the month on that official visit, unless Texas or Oregon just really blows his mind on their OVs. So with Texas, I'm curious to see how much they push here, just because I do think, you look at the linebackers that are scheduled to officially visit. I don't want to say he's the worst one, but that's kind of how I view him. Just the easiest way to explain it. So curious to see how much they push. And if they do, is it going to be enough? Because his twin brother is committed to OU. I've never seen twin brothers go to different schools, especially arch rivals like Texas and OU. And Oklahoma is the only program recruiting both of those brothers. Oregon is not. Texas is not. It makes a lot of sense for it to be OU. Staying on the topic of linebackers, Tank King at a Port Arthur Memorial, a longtime Texas target. And a long-time a recruitment that's had A&M in the driver's seat for a long time. Mike Elko and Bateman, they definitely screwed some things up this spring. It had been rocky at times, but seems like that's all been smoothed over. I fully expect Tank King to commit to Texas A&M on the 4th of July. And with Texas, they were kind of always behind A&M. They're always behind Notre Dame, other programs. They never really seemed to be in love with Tank King, and hey, he's only going to reciprocate the interest that's shown to him, and they were not showing a ton of interest. So that official visit has been canceled. He will not be seeing Texas anymore the 13th through 15th weekend. And then, expect him to pick A&M over Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame will finish in second come 4th of July. And then lastly, Talanoa Ely. He's a top 247 linebacker, originally from Hawaii, played first 3 years of high school ball in California, then moved back to Hawaii. Has Oregon, Washington, USC, Texas, Oklahoma as kind of his group of schools. Was scheduled to officially visit Oklahoma this weekend. Something happened in his family, kind of a family emergency. So he swapped out the OU official visit to instead see USC this weekend. Less travel time, less of a flight. He'll OV to USC this weekend. According to a source, he's not expected to be on the entire trip just because of the family emergency back in Hawaii. It'll be a shortened trip. But sources on the West Coast very much think USC will get him to commit while he's on campus this weekend. And if not, it'll be shortly after the visit ends. So he's scheduled to officially visit Texas June 13th through 15th as of right now. But it doesn't seem like that trip is going to happen. And even if it does, Texas is fighting an uphill battle here. He has never been on the 40 acres before, where USC, Oregon, who have been kind of the top two for the longest time in this recruitment, they've had him each over half a dozen times over the years. So expect him to commit to USC this weekend, and I think he will cancel his official visit to Texas. So linebacker not looking great, which kind of want to hit on these guys like we did the tight ends and pull up the official visit schedule for all the linebackers. Hit on Bo Jandro. He's visiting this weekend. Then you got Tyson Ijiawoko, still scheduled to visit. Texas has turned their approach down on him. Kind of injury surgery deal there. That's what's caused Texas to kind of lower communication, but according to a source, still scheduled to officially visit. So we'll see what happens. If he tries to commit, I would probably lean towards him telling him no as of right now. But I do think if he ends up at Texas, it's because he has a great senior season coming off that injury. And, hey, he's a local kid in Georgetown, and they make that offer committable, push for him, and close on him. Braden Rouse, a kid out of Kell High School in Marietta, Georgia, the greater Atlanta area, has Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, and Michigan as his top four. Tennessee has kind of been viewed as the longtime leader. Texas, they're really going to have to hit a home run on that visit. He is one of the top targets. Talanoa Ely, already hit on him. And then Xavier Griffin, he's kind of the belle of the ball with the linebackers, nation's number 1 linebacker prospect, number 8 overall prospect out of Gainesville, Georgia. Longtime USC decommitted not too long ago. Now is the top 4 of Texas, Ohio State, Bama, and Florida State. 2 schools with the most buzz are Alabama and Texas. Kid is originally from Alabama, born and raised there. Mother attended the school, and his grandfather actually lives in Tuscaloosa. So Bama, they're kind of the favorite there, but Texas is just behind them. And they're also going to have a shot to, change that on the OV, but they're going to have to crush it. And also, Xavier Griffin, he's the number 1 linebacker, what Kirby Smart accused USC of doing, kind of how he ended up there. So he's not going to be cheap. It's going to be kind of a big dog recruitment. It'll probably have a lot of ebbs and flows in the 24 hours, leading up to decision day, which I believe is set for like the last week of June. So,
I think so, yeah.
Texas will do what they can there. If they could get him, it would be a humongous get because linebacker is up there with tight end for biggest position they need this cycle. And then last, but certainly not least, our guy Kosiak Pala out of Katy Maid Creek. Kind of a linebacker edge tweener. Has only ever played edge up to this point in high school. It's what his high school needs him at. That's what he plays. But he's an off-ball backer projection at the college level. We need some time to kind of get spun up is what they call it. But I think a really good floor-setting take. A kid who has had Texas high on his list, if not number 1 on his list since they offered him. They were his second ever offer. And he's been a long-time target, Texas, obviously. So, I think it was actually Jeff Choate that offered him. So with Kosiak Pala, it's been Texas versus Penn State. It's been Texas versus Baylor. It's been Texas versus Bama at times, even Texas versus North Carolina. But the constant has always been Texas. The main source we have in this recruitment in Houston has always been high on Texas' chances. And even coming out of the Penn State OV weekend, they still think it'll be Texas. So expect Texas to close on him June 20th. He doesn't have a commitment date. We'll likely do it after the OV or in July. But unless something really goes south there, Kosiak Pala is expected to be committed to Texas by the end of the
far
summer.
and away the safest bet out of these 6. And at this point, I think probably the safest bet in general in Texas, on the board. I don't think there's anyone that has a better chance to end up at Texas than Kosiak Pala does. I can't even really think of any other names that are like, we're going into the summer feeling extremely confident. I feel like he's almost the only one at this point.
Yeah, no, he is. And that is not a good thing for Texas because they need 3 linebackers this cycle. They needed 3 or 4 last year, and they signed 2, and one of those dudes spent more time in the safeties and stars room than he did in the linebackers room this spring. So there's not a doubt in my mind. It doesn't matter who they sign out of high school this year. They're going to have to go into the portal again to get a linebacker, just like they did with Brad Spence. It's all the signs are pointing to that. One more kid I do want to talk about before we get away from linebackers, Calvin Thomas out of Cy Ranch. Hearing buzz that he is scheduled to officially visit Texas the June 20th through 22nd weekend. Working to confirm that. This is not an easy recruitment to get info on.
Not at all. Not at all.
They keep everything in-house and are doing everything a very unorthodox way, a very strange way. But, hey, that's how they're doing it, and we're doing what we can. So, working to confirm he'll be at Texas that final OV weekend, but that's the expectation. Can't really say anything more than that. A very kind of weird prospect, I'll be honest, kind of high-hipped. A lot of his highlights are rushing off the edge or, I guess, just meeting the guy in the A gap when he steps 2 feet forward. He needs to learn a lot of actual linebacking, the linebacking part of the game, and he will need time to develop, time to reshape his body. But, he has kind of the uncoachable traits, high hips, good track times. He's a good hurdler as a 6'3", 210-pounder, but he has a long way to go here. And out of any of the names I mentioned, I'd probably put him towards the bottom of the list with Bo Jandro, and it's my personal view. So we'll see. If I'm Texas, I would take Tyjanisha Woko before I take Calvin Thomas. So that said, we are very curious to hear how that OV would go if he ends up OVing, just because it's impossible to get info on his side of the recruitment. It's always been hard to get info on linebackers since Nansen got to town. So for this one, we could see him committing. We could see him not OVing. We could see a lot of different things happening. But Calvin Thomas at a Cy Ranch, a name to know. Where do we want to go from here?
We could go a few different ways recruiting. We could finish it up with some off-topic stuff. Actually, there was a question a little bit earlier on from Woodcrest. Would you guys expect the full playbook to open up the season with Arch at quarterback? No limitations whatsoever. Not only do I think it's going to open up more than, in terms of what we saw in the 24 and 23 seasons, I think it's actually going to get bigger. I think you have a lot more room to run option plays. You have a lot more room, maybe not to take things over the top, but to get those 10 to 20-yard throws that I think we weren't seeing with Quinn, especially late in his time at Texas. It's not all just screens, sideline shots, and over the top. There's going to be some in between, and I think that's probably the most exciting thing heading into the season. I'm most excited for what the offensive playbook is going to look like, because I think, and that's why I would have loved to see a spring game, because I think things are going to look a good amount different, especially now that you have two running backs that would be a starter at basically every program in the country, and you have a third who's one of the top in his class, who's coming back as a true sophomore after burning his red shirt, and Jared Gibson. All three of those guys are going to play. There's a ton of depth at running back. There's more depth at running back than there is a wide receiver, and I think that's something that we will see come into play pretty early on in the season. I'm not saying they're going to run the ball more. I'm just saying the running backs are going to get a lot more touches. So,
yeah, I wouldn't say it's going to be fully open this year, because we expect Arch to come back in 27. And you also, you got to look at the other offensive skill players. There isn't a receiver that can leave for the draft besides DeAndre Moore on the roster. I think he's a 4-year player. I could see him putting a good enough year together to get drafted and go 3 and done, but we'll see. Jack Endries, he will be a 1-year rental, has 1 year left of eligibility. And all those other tight ends come back at running back. Everyone is expected to come back. Unless Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter go nuclear, those guys are likely coming back and not going to the NFL quite yet. So they return a lot in 2027. A lot of that offensive line will be back as well. So I think it'll be more open than it was this past year, just because Arch is a much better athlete and can actually throw a ball accurately past 15 yards. So they're going to be taking more deep shots, and, there'll be more, I guess, QB runs, whatever you want to call it, but would expect it to be like fully, quote, open in 2027, just because it's not just Arch that needs to know that, it's everyone else that's on the field too. And they're bringing back pretty much everyone for 2027. So, and I mean, like, speaking on that, like, Texas, they have a shot to win a national championship this year. But like, really looking at this thing, the year, or I guess what you could call the year they'll have the best shot, I think will be 2027 and not 26, or 2026 and not 2025. I don't know why I kept saying 2027 season. I meant 26 earlier. Sorry about that. Love some of these old names. I was going to say Joe Bergeron for random college running backs from 05 to 2015, but I think someone said Joe Bergeron. I remember when he wore Jonathan Gray's jersey to honor him after Jonathan Gray tore his Achilles. Real ones, remember. Jaquiz Rogers, the older cousin of Landon Williams-Callis, the 2027 top 247 running back. Always asking about Jaquiz, and I forget the brother, James or Jason. 2 Oregon State goats, 2 Texas high school football goats. And Jaquiz Rogers, took his team all the way to the state championship. You don't see that too often anymore. Dion Lewis, bang. Love that one. No Sean Moreno, bang.
No Sean Moreno. I think he was on my first fantasy football team ever.
Yeah, anytime I hear or see the name No Sean Moreno, I think of the national anthem crying video. Marcus Lattimore, bang. What else we got here? Robert Turbin. Man.
Kerwin Williams at Utah State. Man, Jake, you gotta.
Giovanni Bernard.
Oh,
that one's not.
I think he still might be in the NFL.
I don't know about that. Yeah, Tashard Choice. Okay, coach.
Yeah, I never heard that name before.
Rex Burkhead.
Man, you don't understand, Jordan. This is a guy who was a stud college running back. This never happens anymore. A stud college running back, and then turns out a 10-year career in the NFL as a fullback. So,
hey,
absolutely.
I mean,
stud.
He walked so Cam Scatterbo could run. Kyle Porter, F this dude. Completely destroyed Lake Travis in the 2016 state championship, set like a state championship record for rushing yards. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is going to be Ricky Williams. This is going to be Earl Campbell. Because I'm in like the 8th grade, right? I think this guy is the best football player I've ever seen because he just ran for 300 yards on Lake Travis. He gets to Texas and has like more fumbles than touchdowns in his career, and eventually transferred out. So not a big Kyle Porter guy. Very curious what he's up to nowadays. What do we got? Yeah, Longhorn Bear. I can't see this on our end. So.
I was gonna say we will we'll get in touch with BK and see if this can be fixed at all.
Bishop Sankey. I love Bishop Sankey. That is a great one. Dree Archer, Madden Mobile GOAT. What do kids these days know about Madden Mobile? They ruined my game.
I think it still exists.
No, it does, but there's no way it's as good as it was.
Doesn't have the aura.
Yeah, it doesn't have the aura. Man, there was a kid I know who went to Lake Travis for high school. They went to Regents, like kindergarten and middle school. And if you don't know Regents, it's like this ridiculously bougie private school that costs like a private college's tuition for each semester. And apparently they couldn't have phones in class in middle school. And he said they would just be in the bathroom like ripping pro packs.
I was doing the same thing at a private high school. We were doing the same. And you had some guys that were throwing some money around on that too. So it was never a fair battle because you had some guys who had their dad's credit card linked up to their Madden mobile account.
Oh yeah. Buying that Madden cash.
Yeah. Never me. Not a dime.
Yeah. How about Lake Seastrunk? Huh?
Catch me completely off guard right now.
Former Oregon Duck for like 2 minutes. What do you know about Lake Seastrunk, Will? You remember who was involved?
Not a thing, Jordan.
Oh my God. Will, when you have time. All right, never mind. We'll talk off record. Sorry, I hate doing that, but I just don't want this. I don't want to get some crazy DMs from the guy I was about to name drop. Yeah, he did transfer to Baylor. There's a lot of shady shit there. That's when Oregon got exposed for dropping bags under Chip Kelly. Hey, and also Lake Seastrunk. You know where he went to high school?
I still don't know.
Temple Wildcat.
There you go.
Yeah, but
there you go.
Anyways, anything else you want to close it out on?
I don't think so. There's been no NBA news over the last 24 hours. I like getting one little thing in every day. But I did see the Raptors are now favored to get Giannis, and I actually love that move. If he's not Raptors, yeah, they've got the Raptors without giving up Scotty Barnes. So that would be they've got RJ, they've got Emmanuel Quickly, they've got the boy Grady Dick, Jacoby Walter out of Baylor. Jacoby Walter, man, that should have been a Longhorn. A couple other guys. I mean, they've got every first round pick that they own all of their own. So that would be an interesting spot. Giannis in the East, ducking the competition, and what's going to be the greatest West of all time.
Real quick, few more names. Aaron Green, TCU.
Kids I do remember that one. Yeah,
they don't know nothing about Aaron Green. This was past 2015 and pre him beating up some old lady. Darius Geis.
Oh yeah,
man, Darius Geis was him at LSU for like a few specific games. The man, Monty Ball, Melvin Gordon. Remember when Monty Ball broke the record, and then Samaje Perine, who's a Pflugerville Hendrickson alum, I believe is still in the NFL. Oklahoma Sooner broke the record like a week later. But hey, and I think it was LaMichael Perine, his younger half brother, who went to Florida. Duke Johnson, Miami.
I remember Duke Johnson. Yeah,
come on now. We got to do receivers tomorrow.
We'll
do
have
receivers with Nick, and we'll get in the Duffy. But anyways, everyone, thanks for tuning in to our show on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Jake Bayless, Patrick, Longhorn Bear, Woodcrest, everyone who tuned in, appreciate y'all. And then if those on podcast platforms on audio only, thank you as well. Up next, the Longhorn Republic podcast begins its preview of Texas football's opponents in 2025, starting with A&M on today's show. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And, hey, Will and I will see you on Tuesday. I'll see you tomorrow with Nick on Friday. Y'all have a good one. Peace.